Hello, hello.
What's
How's the
up?
stuff? How's the things? What's going on with you,
I'm eating noodles.
bro? Same. I just finished mine though. What you eating? What kind?
Um, it's like some, I don't know, chicken, um,
Chicken
chicken flavored. I don't know.
flavored.
This is like my ultimate. I'm lazy food.
Ultimate. I'm lazy food. Got it.
Oh, it doesn't look that fancy.
I bet.
Just noodles in a bowl.
Noodles in a bowl. Wait, in a bowl?
Yep.
Like cup of noodles or like?
Not like a bowl.
Did you heat it like on the oven or just you pour water and throw it in the microwave kind of thing?
Mm, what's that thing you use to make tea with, like to get boiling water?
Oh, kettle.
Yeah, that. I use that, and I just pour that water on my noodles. Works like a charm.
I used to have something like that in one of the houses I lived back in the day. We had a water dispenser that could do both cold and boiling water. It was nice to
Nice.
just get like a cup of nudes or some other relative thing and just pour the hot water into that, and it surprisingly worked quite well every time.
Yeah. Cup of nudes.
Okay, so Uh, something I've kind of thought today. I thought it would be kind of fun. A bit of mix of two things. One, you say you're going to be trying to doing a Pathfinder game.
Yes, it's pretty much official now.
It's very much official now.
Yeah.
How has it become more official than before? What was the main
Well,
point?
I can't really, pull out now. You know, there's 9 people that wants to play.
I mean, you can always pull out. It's very important to have a pull out game.
Well, in this scenario, I think I would make them very sad, and I don't want to pull out, so.
So
But
you
yes,
said
in other circumstances, yes.
a total of like 9 players, or is it nine
Yeah, not
more?
9 players in total.
Okay, okay.
And that's just after the first day of the note being up, and the note is pretty discreet.
Discreet. How does it work? Is it just like posted like a piece of paper somewhere on like a community board kind of thing?
And the cafeteria, it's on a whiteboard. I put it up with magnets on the whiteboard. And there's 9 people there, and that's excluding me. So it's 7 students, 2 teachers.
So the first thing that immediately came to my mind when I saw that, I'm like, you please better not run a game for all those people.
Not
I
at the
will
same time,
cry.
no. That would be hell for both me and the players,
There is two
probably.
things that come to mind on that one though. Is statistics. I'll come to that one in a second. The second one was like one person will be happy in that group of 9 if you try doing that hell. And it's if we go statistical average of like all the different play styles of what people like and want, um, one type of player will be happy with that, and that's the person that's not interested in the game. They're just there to join the group of people to hang
Yeah.
out, have fun, whatever. That's the only person that's going to be happy. Everyone else is just going to get either bored for the people that like building characters, the strategy, the game, the people that are going to be kind of like not that often to RP because there's a bunch of other people that have to keep going. Yeah, and then there's also a number of like not personality types, such as just who the people are. Like for me, example, I can't like interject all that well when I'm around other people. I just shut down when I'm around, say, four or more people, depending on how well I know them, and I just can't talk. I can't interact with people. I just brain go by. So yeah, the question is now, I guess. Wait. What was the other one I was gonna say? Oh shit, I forgot what it was. Yeah. Well, um, how do you proceed with 9 people? What is your thoughts on that one?
Well, I'm gonna split them into different groups. Either 2 groups or 3 groups.
What do you mean by groups? Can you elaborate?
Well, there's 9 people. Uh, if I split them into different groups, let's say I split them into 2 groups. One group is gonna be 4 players, and the other is gonna be the other 5. That's not counting with me. So I would have those on different occasions, but play the same campaign.
I do love the idea of having 2 different groups playing in the same game. So every time when you go from one to the other, you could potentially have some interjections to the other party saying, hey, this kind of happened, while, the last group did this, and it somehow, like, affects each other.
Yeah, they could. I guess they
Almost,
could exist in the same universe.
yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess it depends. You could run 2 of basically the same thing, and do it exactly the same, and just watch immediately how different things could potentially become from one to the other, despite being the exact same thing that you're running.
Yeah, that does sound very good on paper, but I think uh, I would have trouble maybe differentiating what happened. Uh, like if they're playing the exact same game and they're going for the same storyline, maybe I'll get like convoluted and mess up like which group did what. But
Oh yeah, yes.
yeah,
I honestly didn't even think about that at first, but that is correct. That would be for me. Spoiler alert. I run only ever one game at a time. Maybe I'll run a game and be a player in a different one. But that's my maximum capacity. I can't do more than that because
okay.
spoiler alert that this might be a major deface here. So apologies if any people will start crying when I hear this. Please try to understand there's different personalities of people different doing things. I know I'm going to piss off a lot of dungeon masters out there specifically, and I guess certain types of players as well. All right, ready?
Ready?
I don't take notes.
Oh, okay.
Massive deface. What? He doesn't take notes? Was he just like memorize everything in like a permanent graph that just, writes everything down and he remembers everything at all hours? No, I don't. I forget things on occasion, but it's close to that.
Look at this
Um,
graph.
exactly. I can't remember everything at all times, but at the same time, I'm also not going to constantly keep notes and write everything down, because that's not fun to me.
Fair enough.
And that comes back like to the one thing I was telling you the other day of like going back to the top of the list. It's like, what do you want as a dungeon master? What do I want? I don't want a game that's overly high maintenance. That I constantly have to put a ton of effort into it, like constantly. I have a lot of other things in my life. Concept. Wow, I have a life. Wow.
Wow.
I wish work realized that. Uh, so that being said, because this is the only game I run, and it's also I'm not in any other kind of game, even as a player. I'm constantly thinking about this game. It's always very well in my mind of what has happened, what is currently happening, what will happen in the like near future, what is guaranteed to happen because of XYZ things that you guys most likely definitely won't have any influence on because it's way too far out of your reach or touch. Yeah, all that's pretty well ingrained into my thoughts. Again, because this is the only game I run and I'm in. Just realize I need more stimulus. Let me inject something into my ear veins. Town.
I think I if I get really invested to this, I'm probably gonna like un un or like unintentionally make the game high maintenance.
Unintended. Oh yes. Oh yes. That was kind of part of the idea that I had for the stream that I've been conceptually working on for a while. Is like today I'm going to over prepare for a game. I'm gonna do a bunch of stuff that I definitely don't need to do. The first thing that if you're watching this from right now is I am going to elaborate and stat block Yenmira's. If I pronounce, I butchered the name again, didn't I?
Really, we're gonna
Yen
fight her or
Yez
something?
Mira. I
Yen.
hope not. But this is definitely one thing that a lot of dungeon masters can potentially fall into, at least early on, is thinking that everything needs a stat block, like NPCs, even if they're important NPCs. No, you most certainly don't. That takes a lot of effort per individual. And surprised to learn, there's more than a couple people in the world.
Whoa.
Wow. So then it becomes just like, okay, who gets the stat block, who doesn't? If I go through this, what is this called? The book here, the Adventure Path. There we go. In Otari, filled with quite mechanically, literally, 1,200. What was it? It's exactly 1,240 people. Although it's probably lower now after you kill some people.
1,000.
Although that's just a rough estimate. Obviously, that fluctuates constantly through the passage of time. But which one of these peoples have stat blocks? Well, of all these people, surely some people might have stat blocks like notable, like nobles, for example, or certain NPCs that the party is most likely going to interact with and have things associated with and all that kind of good stuff. Just what's up, Amp? Yeah,
I
I don't
think
want to call her Yin. I like her name. It's very alluring and interesting. That's why I want to really get it right.
Yin Zamira? Yin Yasmira?
Yin Yasmira.
Yin
I think that's the
Yasmira.
problem. Is that it has 3 syllables, and as American, we try not to pronounce any syllables for names. So, want to guess how many this could be potential spoilers for who does have a stat block and who doesn't in this campaign module specifically. Want to guess how many people do?
47. No, I don't know.
Less than that.
26.
Less than that.
15.
Less.
7.
Less.
What? 3 people.
Less.
1?
Yep.
0.
Only one person has a stat block in this entire campaign module as far as Otari goes. And that is Rin. She's the only one that has a stat block.
Oh. I think with my, I think I'd want to give most people that they interact with a stat block.
So,
Unless
I
it's
should
like
clarify,
some random NPC they talk to one time.
this is what a stat block basically is for Pathfinder 2nd edition. You got the
Show
name.
me on stream.
Yeah, you can see it.
Right.
You got the name, you got the creature level. So Rin is a level 5 creature. You have the tags. She is unique. Unique is like common, uncommon, rare, and then unique. She is unique because she is an NPC. She is not like Mitfit Scavenger. She's a specific person. That's why it says unique. This is pre-master, so this is before the remaster. So you can see that she has an alignment of chaotic good, but they removed alignment, so that's no longer a thing. Medium-sized creature, elf, humanoid, tiefling. She's half elf, half tiefling. Female, tiefling, elf, oddities, merchant, and then it'll also cite apparently in the bestiary, Pathfinder Bestiary 262.
How is it colder where you live
Interesting.
than here?
Oh, you can see. Oh wow, it's
14
46
degrees Celsius.
That doesn't I'm surprised by that, to be honest. Last night it was quite warm. I actually had the AC unit on last night.
Whoa. Yeah, we have 14 Celsius right now, which is 57 Fahrenheit. This is the hottest we've had in a while. Or I mean, on this year. This is the hottest we've had this year.
I mean, a couple days ago, it was like in the 70s.
What?
It got kind of warm.
Yeah, no, that's summer here. Okay, can we like how can I start a campaign? Because I know how a stat block works.
I'll be honest, the best answer I possibly can give that is there's absolutely no good word, nothing. There's no, this is what you should do. Absolutely not. If someone tells you otherwise, they're wrong. Welcome to opinions. Yeah, there's no right answer to that. So that's why I always come back to that list, that I tried making a list of like, these are the things that you should try to do in order, starting from the top. And I never actually fully made that list. It's just one thing, something else than profit. With the one thing
Something
at the top of the list
profit?
being... Yeah, dude, that's a meme. Does anyone else remember that meme? Am I old again? Yep, okay, cool. It's like a list of things, and then like partway through, it just says something, and then the last one is profit. We do this, then we do something
Oh, you
else,
mean like
and
that.
then we win. Sound plan. It's like how you guys are going to be able to take down Belcora in Gauntlet. First you go there, you descend down in, you do what you need to do, and then you win.
Kill profit.
Easy. Plan resolved.
Okay, I get there's no like one singular way to make a campaign, but do you have any advice on how I can start? I want to get nitty and gritty. I want to do all the lore. I want to make characters. I want to
Oh, I forgot.
make up a
My
storyline.
my
Where do I
brain
start, man?
scattering everywhere. To clarify, this is what a stat block is. You got all the stuff and things, skills, special abilities, attacks, spells, etc., etc., etc. But if I scroll up and you can see all these locations, within the locations, it'll say, that place that you and Amber tried to rob, the Chartel Manor. Address, and it says Rob Chartel. Neutral human lumber magnate. 4. Unfriendly. Perception DC 19. Will DC 17. There we go. This is not a stat block, it's just like a couple words and some basic stats that like you might want as a dungeon master. Perception
Right.
and a will. That's it. um I guess looping back to that, if I said what do you want out of the game, what first comes to mind? What couple things, I guess, but namely, like, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Um, Atmosphere, uh, fun, like fun for all. I don't know.
Just occurred to me, I may have found out what might be going on here. I noticed that Yin has chaotic neutral female human smuggler 5. Is smuggler like an NPC stat block or something? I don't think it is. Yeah, that's a background. Odd. Anyway, why did the music stop? Please loop. Um, what do your players want? How many of them have you been able to get with?
I haven't spoken directly to many. I talked to my teacher. I asked him, would you prefer a lot of action, a lot of roleplay, or something in between? And he said,
That's a poor question, I'll be honest. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
well, I don't know what to ask. What should I say? What are you expecting from this? What do you
Uh,
want to do?
I should say, I'm assuming that this person basically says somewhere in between, right?
No.
Really?
He said he wants action.
Okay, that's actually valuable information. When asking like that one kind of thing, like statistically, I guess I thought it was almost always you're gonna get somewhere in between, because everyone's usually indecisive and doesn't know exactly what people want. Um, so the fact that you actually got someone that knows what they like or want is very valuable.
I don't think he knows. I just think a lot of action is probably what sounds the most fun on paper. To him, at least, maybe. Maybe he'll love the roleplay.
I think if I were to assume how I would do this, like if I was in your shoes, I did the post, I got a bunch of people saying, hey, heck yeah. Um, I would then, again, if I'm just portraying myself in your position, I would first basically just go to each of the players and say, hey, what's your name? Have you done anything illegal? Can I come to your house and sleep with your mom? All that kind of stuff. And get to know the players a little bit more. Maybe not be very literal and ask, what do you like? All that kind of stuff. But just at least, like, get to know your players. Um, that's generally pretty valuable information. Because, surprise to learn, as a tabletop game, um, the vast majority of the game is interacting with other people. That's half the game, if not literally the entirety of the game. Getting
Yeah.
philosophical there. So yeah, interact with the other players, get to know them, see what they like, what their personality is like, disassociate from the game, just vibe with them. There's
Well,
many times where I'll get pick up players and be like, oh cool, these people seem super interested and want to run the game. Heck yeah. And I get to go and meet them, and it's just like, I don't vibe with you. I don't like you for no good reason. I just don't really like you.
I mean, I know these people.
That's helpful. That's
They're
helpful.
they're they're in my school. Like my school is not big. I know these people.
Oh, I keep forgetting that. The schools that I've been to have been, from my perspective, relatively large. That's mostly because I never really gave a shit about other people and interacted with anyone. Um, with the one exception of the last one. The last one that I went to was fairly large. How many people would be like per class?
Our
I'm curious.
class
Yeah,
max 20, 30.
20, 30? Okay, that's actually sizable. If I were to make a perspective on that one.
The school in total is like barely 100, like probably 80. And I've been to the school for half a year. I've seen everybody's face. I have pretty much talked to everyone at least once. Um, like I don't know everyone. I don't want you to think that, but uh,
I think I know
I
what school I compare this to.
I know what they're like. This is a school, like a small school. It's like living in a small town. You know everybody, but you don't know them.
It makes me think kind of what was that one place called? Uh, the school was I wouldn't say ghetto, but I would not say it. um, there was one that I went to. It was like an open concept campus where during going from like one class to the next, most of the time, like 3/4 of the time, you'd be walking outside.
Look, I have a picture of the list. Should I message these people and say, and like ask what they're expecting from this?
Actually, that's not a bad idea. Ask them what they expect. Actually, is a great idea, I think. Because if some people are expecting basically things that you wouldn't think people would expect, this would at least give you more insight of like what you're working with.
Yeah. All right, let me
I
start at the
think
top then.
the best way to actually start the game, I should say, is do not focus on roleplay. Now, this is my way of doing things. I would make sure that roleplay is very much a later afterthought and do everything very board game like.
Why?
But then, just so people know exactly what they're doing, what to I guess more or less know what to expect. How can I give the scenario here? Okay, everyone comes to a room. Everyone greets each other, says hi, probably already met each other. They all get around. You show, okay, everyone has made a character. It's like, oh yeah, I made my own, I have a pre-made character. This person has a pre-made character. I haven't been able to make a character yet, but I would like to. So since when you weren't able to prepare, I'm going to give you a pre-made character momentarily. Or if everyone wants to waste a little bit of time, we can make a very quick custom character for you. XYZ.
Have you seen this video?
And video.
I sent you a video directly to you in your DM.
What is this one? I don't know who this person is. I definitely know the format of this video. I've seen a couple of this format.
It's Deborah Ann Wool. She's like a D&D veteran or whatever. I don't really know her work. But she explains to John Berthel, which is an actor. He has absolutely no idea what it is. He thinks it's some nerdy thing. And she explains it to him and gets him into a character, and he becomes immediately really captured by this. This is what I want, the feeling I want to give my players. Just watch the video. It's about 8 minutes. You don't have to watch it all. But it's really good.
I don't know what Dungeons and Dragons. Like I don't. It's like a game, but like you imagine you're like in the game, right?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it's just yeah, it's just a collaborative storytelling.
That's good perspective, yeah.
Characters.
It's a
And you
game,
tell
but
the
you're
story.
in the game.
Yeah, I'm a dungeon master,
Yeah.
so generally I've written an arc and created a world, and then players explore it. And I make calls as to like how difficult it is to climb a wall or fight a monster or that kind of thing.
And so if you say this is a real difficult monster to
Yeah.
fight, then you've got to come up with a different way of fighting it.
Yeah, or either it can just be like how hard you hit it and how long the thing goes, but it might be how do you negotiate your way out of it. If you can't actually kill a dragon, but it's going to eat you, how do you tell it not to? So there are other kind of checks that you can do, persuasions and deceptions and intimidations and all
And
kinds
then
of
you decide whether you beat the dragon.
You're gonna
the
start
Whether
monster,
it's-
the dragon.
role-playing.
Yeah, there are stats. There's a lot of math
Major
involved that can make that happen.
conversation.
But like,
God damn.
you want to play D&D?
I mean, I'll try. I mean, what do you think?
No,
I'd
like
be able to do it?
literally right now.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. Right there. I love that. That's actually kind of a fun thing you could do if you get one-on-one with players. Depending on how much free time they are, be like, hey, what do you expect from the game? Well, they'll give you their kind of opinions. It's like, would you like a quick crash course of an RPG or TTRPG? And if they're like, sure, it's like, okay.
I think
Well, let's start it right now.
I think it could be fun if they're all new and they have no idea what they're doing, that they're kind of learning together. Does that make sense? If I have nine
yeah.
players and only one of them knows what they're doing, if they can all watch each other try things and I can tell them what that would require, then they would learn of each other.
That would definitely help.
'Cause I'm not sure I'm gonna have time to sit with each and every one to say, hey, what are you expecting? This is what you should do. Or this is how the game works. That's gonna take like an hour each.
Probably, yeah. But stuttering. I stand up straight.
I mean, do you do that with your players? Like, if you were to start a campaign right now, in real life with real life people. Not that I'm not a real life person.
Yeah, in person.
Yeah, and would you go to each individual one and ask, hey, what are you expecting from this? This is how the game works.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Or at least I would message them like on Discord, be like, hey, basically just that.
Didn't we
What
learn
would
all
you like
everyone
from the game?
together though? Or at least I I was completely new when we started.
Are you saying I'm a bot? Yes, Amber, you are my bot. Definitely not girlfriend, apparently. Like poor old Nightshade. Anyone miss Nightshade? I don't. Sorry, our tangent there. What was that?
What should I message my players? Hey, what's up? Uh, cool that you wrote your name on the note. It's not gonna be exactly that because I'm translating this. Uh,
Yeah.
what do you, can I ask what, no. What are you expecting from,
Ask them why they signed up and what are they interested in. What would they like to have from the game? What do they expect? Why did you sign up?
okay, I will try to phrase that somehow, and you can continue watching the video because it's a good video.
Emmer says, given them that most forget they existed for months. No. Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to say that one whole thing that I love doing, and it catches people off guard, which is the fun part, in my opinion, is like, say like you're a new player here. Thanks. I'm very excited that you're interested in joining the game. What exactly is your roleplay experience? And then someone might say, oh, I've watched Critical Role, or they'll say, I've seen movies of something like this, or I heard this from one of my friends, and they do just weird, wacky shit all the time. Um, they'll tell their experiences and what they've heard, or maybe they might say, in the rare instance like you, that they've tried role playing in like online video games, World of Warcraft, Roblox, whatever have you. It's a great watch. Probably is. Shrug emoji. After that, you could almost just like ball drop onto them right away. Again, it's all about vibe. Or reading, their manners and how they're feeling, what they're interested, how much free time they have, etc. But when I find a good opportune, that's a good way of wording it. If I see a good opportune to do this, I like to inject it. Be like, are you interested in like getting really into character and role playing? If they say, yeah, I'm open to it. It would be interesting to try to pretend to be someone, or imagine that I'm somebody else or something like that. It's like, okay, you and your ally are walking through a forest. You're headed off to a large mountainous district controlled by dwarves. You're part of a caravan. You're a guardsman to help assist the caravan, make sure there's no threats along the way. Upon your travels, you come across a bridge. However, the bridge is currently destroyed. It is a nice, sizable, gaping hole across this river that is a few feet down. It is passable across this river. However, the caravan would not be able to drive his wagon across the crag. Aside from this, you do notice a couple important key elements to the scene. First of all, you notice that a lot of wood has been strewn about in locations where it wouldn't naturally just fall. Like, for example, on the other side or on your side of the river. There's splinters of wood, boards thrown about. Another notable feature is there's singe marks. there's a bit of a... You can smell a burn, something burned here. Something feels quite off. Well, what's the first thing you do in this moment?
You asking me?
Yes?
What's the first thing I do? I just look for the source of the smell.
Look for the
That's what
source
I'm at.
of... Like, what could have caused the destruction of the bridge?
Yeah, something like that.
Using your senses, suggesting that might be fire, possibly an explosion. Unsure, maybe something powerful, strong. Take a look around. See the trees just rustling. You'll take a look for tracks. You know the fun part about it, if you do this in character instead of like over voice call, you could even bring a dice with you, and every time when you pause in each moment, it's like you take a look at the trees, casually rolls a dice. You take a look at the floor, analyzing for tracks, rolls a dice.
Well,
I'll be perfectly
aren't,
honest, that's purely for looks.
aren't
The
they
player's gonna
supposed
be
to
like,
the
"What are
ones
you
doing
rolling
that?
for? Am I? Is there something going on?" Oh, sorry, was that?
Aren't they supposed to do that? Like, if they say, I want to look for tracks, I say, yeah, roll a perception check.
Depends on the system, and it also depends on the instance. That's actually a good one. If let's say we were actually running the Pathfinder game right now, and y'all were chasing after some kind of creature, you said you're trying to analyze and look for tracks that might have been what is the cause of this bridge, because it might not even be relevant at all. I
Yeah.
might consider doing a GM check or a secret check. I'll just roll a dice. What's your survival? 8. You do not see any tracks. So you don't know if I rolled high and there was no tracks. Don't know if I rolled low and you didn't see them. There's
Gonna
no tracks.
railroad them.
But this kind of instance could, like, you get very flavorful, use senses. Try to remember that one also. Senses. Naturally, the most of the time you're going to describe what they're seeing, because, that's vast majority of, all the time, obviously. But to make someone actually get more into character, then using other senses helps immerse someone, which is why I injected the scent of burning lumber into the scene. You start getting that smells like campfire. Mel would appreciate that joke. You could try doing other ones. Smell is usually the one I come up with. Hearing. Oh, I did say rustling in the leaves, didn't I? That's another sense. I didn't even notice I did that. Pat on the back, me. Yeah, through the senses. I hear this, the calm rustling of leaves. Maybe the faint flow of the river. But you don't hear any obvious sources like a dragon or hidden bandits. You just hear the natural environment. You smell the burning of the lumber that was here. Something had blown it up and destroyed it. These are multiple different kinds. What other senses are there in human? There's touch, sight, smell,
Taste.
taste. True. Probably not going to come up in play, but that would be interesting. Hearing,
Okay,
hearing.
Do you want to hear what my message would be, or
For
for the players?
oh yeah, sure, why not?
I would say Well, now I'm directly translating, but
I'll make sure it's completely in Swedish so I get the full experience.
you want to hear it
Yeah.
in Swedish?
Oh no, that's just a funny joke.
I will if you want. No.
I appreciate the commitment to the bit, but I think only one person here is gonna understand that.
Yeah, they will. All right, so I said, "What's up? Uh, it's cool that you want to be that you're on the train on the Pathfinder thing. Was just gonna check. Have you played Pathfinder or another role play game before, or is this the first time? What are you most excited for? Do you like to uh, throw yourself into a character and roleplay much, or do you prefer uh, more action uh, with dice rolling, or maybe both? Just so I can get a feeling for what people like. But as you said, maybe this is a dumb question. What should I ask instead? I want to ask, do you like to be like do you like to roleplay?
If that's one you asked,
Oh,
then add that in.
but what is the like? If I'm asking, do you like to roleplay, or do you prefer? What's the equivalent, or like what's the opposite? Or do you prefer to not roleplay? Should I ask that?
Yeah, you could ask that. Maybe they're one of the kind of players that just want to be part of a scene and come to play with people. They don't even care about the game in general. Going back to the top of the list, getting to know the most important part of running a game is, as the dungeon master, what do you want? Uh, it definitely seems like you specifically want players that are interested in getting very into character.
Of course.
So if people are just interested in joining to find out more about the game, that's potentially one, because they've heard of RPGs before and they're interested in knowing just about the whole situation. This person may or may not come back after like the first or second game. Oh, that was the one thing I was going to say. That was part of the joke. I completely forgot. So 9 players, I was going to say statistically is now take this purely from statistics with no feelings or any kind of thoughts. You run the group for 9 players, and then statistically, some of them are never going to come back. They're just going to forget about it and be like, that was something, and just forget about it. So they're going to ghost or just leave. Some people are going to be like, well, that was interesting. I guess I have to come back next time. So they come back next time because they have to. And then they find out they are losing interest. This is basically the same thing we did yesterday. Not really interested. And then they don't show up after that. And last but certainly not least, the people that never actually show up in the first place. Be like, yeah, sure, I'll join that. And they completely forgot that they're interested in joining and they never show up. So just because you have 9 people doesn't mean you're going to get 9 people.
Oh yeah. That's fine. That just I mean that thins the numbers. It shows me who's actually interested. So I don't mind.
Exactly. So taking feelings away, you kind of could do 9 players. Definitely don't, because that's going to make everyone have a bad time. But statistically average, you'll probably end up with like 4 players after that. I love statistics.
Crap, bro. There's 2 people that are named Alexander. I don't know which one. They have the default profile picture, both of them.
The deep. Oh, it's just like an A.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know who's who.
We'll just copy pasta. Or
What if I
probably just
message the
like,
wrong person?
we'll message
Wait.
them, I guess, just something. Hey, are you this person interested in the Pathfinder game? And then they respond like, who are you? Well, then that gets your answer.
Oh, this other guy seems to be a teacher, not even on my school, a different campus.
Oh, that's cool. Wait, how did he get there? How was he able to join?
Not sure. um, is he a teacher? I can't tell.
How are you getting everybody's like names?
Well, we have an app called Teams. You know Microsoft Teams?
Nope.
Well, it's basically I can search up anyone in the school and message them.
Okay. It's basically like in a very roundabout like a Discord server.
Yeah. Let me Google this guy's name, see if he comes up.
Was it like Google Groups or something? That kind of thing. While you do that, I guess I'll watch the rest of the video here.
Yeah.
So what do you see? You've got a bow strapped to your back, a sword and a dagger at your
Okay.
hilt, right? So you're walking through the woods. It's dark. It's at night. Almost no moonlight is coming through. You hear a crack off in the distance. Something large stepped on a branch. What would you do?
First thing, how far away is the crack?
Give me a perception check. So then you roll dice and we'd see how perceptive you are. Let's say you roll a 13.
Okay.
And you're pretty perceptive, so you have a +3 to that. That's 16. So I know, okay, 16, that's pretty perceptive. You think it's about 20 feet away.
Okay. It's about 20 feet away. I think I take out my bow first.
Yeah. So you take a bow, you're readied, you're
Yeah.
aimed, you're
Right at where the spot's coming. Yeah.
okay. Slowly creeping towards you, suddenly into view, a little bit of eye shine in the darkness. You see an owl bear. This is a 10, 15 foot tall monster. It looks like an owl, but it has the body of a bear. It opens its beak and squawks at you. What do you do?
Have I ever met an owl bear before? Like, are owl bears?
We could do a history check. So this is D&D. You're playing D&D.
What do you mean a history check?
So a history check would be like in your
I like his
past, in your
brain,
history,
like-
have you experienced
Okay, so how do
this
I check?
before?
Yeah, let's
So you
check
would roll
that.
a dice.
Ticking.
Let's say
You can
have a
see
long
the
history.
clockwork
You
in
roll
his
a
brain.
13, but you have a -3. That's a
Yeah.
10. So no, you've
think
never
you can
met
see
an owl
him
bear in
being
your life.
intrigued
You
in
have
his
no
eyes
idea
and
whether
his
it's
face.
threatening or not, but it is squawking at you.
I'd be like, yo, are you my friend or you my foe?
Fantastic. You speak to it.
Yeah, I try.
Give me an animal handling check. So you'd roll another one. So this is we kind of see based on your character sheet that you've created, you're going to be good and bad at different things.
Who I create the sheet?
You could, or I could, or you could get a pre-made
But
sheet,
why
that
don't
kind
you
of
just
thing.
make your sheet that you're great at everything?
Because, if you're a wizard who's in school studying books to learn magic, you're probably not spending that much time in the gym. Versus if you're, a knight who goes out and slays dragons, maybe you're socially awkward and don't know how to talk to people. So your
So
charisma
is it within
stat
your
is that.
interest to like not be great at everything?
You want flaws. Like one of my favorite characters, my friend Tommy played Viros. He was a prince. And the idea was that he was very, he'd been kind of pampered his whole life and everyone always laughed at all his jokes and said that he was wonderful and handsome. But he's actually not that funny. And he's not that handsome. He just has been sheltered. So when he got out in the world and started investigating, he thinks that he's this charming, suave individual, but his stats, his like literal charisma stats are very low. So he would fail constantly. And part of his story throughout the campaign was him
That's very good. I
learning
like that.
that he wasn't as charming as he thought he was. So flaws are great. Flaws make good story.
But is the goal to win?
No,
What's
there
the
is
goal?
no goals to tell a great story.
Tell a great story.
And there might be arcs of like one big bad is like hurting innocent people, and there are monsters to fight. So you're motivated to be a hero, and that's what I love about D&D is practicing being a hero. It's practicing protecting the innocent and stopping the bad guy and standing up for your fellow players. It's the greatest game ever created. And it's just collaborative storytelling. You just sit at a table. It's as close as you can get to when you were 7 on the play yard, just like making up games and stories, and I love it. And I will do it until I die.
Yeah.
And it saved me through pandemic. It saved me through strikes. Like I always had this thing to turn to for creativity and finances, frankly.
How finances?
People pay me to run games for them and pay me to write campaigns and do things like that.
I don't know if I could possibly do that. The viewing, my hun has done this actually. She has ran probably a couple of times, at least twice, at least. People will pay her to run a game in a system that's like very niche, so it's kind of hard to find a DM for it. Wow, what is it called? The Avatar: Last Airbender. They have their own TTRPG. There's a million TTRPGs out there, and that's not exaggerating. But that one was that, like, it was kind of popular, but not as popular as, like, say, Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, Pathfinder 2nd edition, and then, like, everything else. Those are the two, like, top contenders. So when people are, like, find this kind of RPG that they're really into, they love this IP, they love the game style, or whatever it is that might be, it can sometimes be hard to find a game or like a DM for those kind of systems. So she kind of put out there, I don't know if it was like on Reddit or Discord or whatever I have. But yeah, she ran some games where people actually had to pay to join it. Which I don't know if I could do, because I would be constantly on edge. Like, am I, as a supplier of services, providing the correct amount of service for my customers? I could not handle that. I don't know how she handles that. I would be just way too on edge and making sure I'm doing everything right, making sure that I'm having fun, making sure they are having fun, because that's what they're paying for.
Yeah. If I was getting paid, I think I'd have a lot of anxiety.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if I could ever do that.
No.
Yeah. It's like a whole side career now. But it's cool.
But for these kind of people, it absolutely makes sense. Like, say, for example, one of the people I watch for Pathfinder stuff, Known At Ones, he's, like, one of the biggest Pathfinder YouTubers out there. So, naturally, a lot of people would be super interested in either him just joining their own game, God forbid, or even better, have this, famous YouTuber run a game for them. That would be super awesome. I would pay for that. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? In fact, let's say I decided to go ahead and do this. I'm not going to say how much it is. That price is irrelevant. What if I went and bought this YouTuber here, say, hey, could you run a game or two for my game? Do Abomination Vaults. I make a player, I join you guys as a player, and have somebody else DM that's, like, famously and also, like, very knowledgeable of the system and all that kind of stuff. That would be so cool.
Bro, I would love to see you as a player, like you and me in the same game.
I miss being a player. It's been a long time. It's been a while.
Maybe I'll get so good that you'll be my player one day.
Hey, I'd be down for that.
Hell yeah.
Also, to clarify, this person does actually have that, and I think it's like $250 for a game. I probably wouldn't do that. Anyway.
Cool. And like I said, it's that one weird space where we're all nerdy. So I don't...
You do it, like, free of... There's no nerves or insecurity.
Well, there's nerves and insecurity, but I don't have to worry about not being cool. Whereas, like, every time I'm on a Daredevil set, I'm a little worried that I'm not cool.
Yeah, I messaged
I'm not
everyone
cool
that
enough
I...
for everybody.
that I
you
could.
know,
It's funny, man. And
Then
again,
ask
we were
Great.
talking about this and joking
the
about it
teacher
earlier. It's
Yeah.
like when you
what
say like True
what the
Blood
other
being
people's
cool and
last
stuff,
name
like,
were, so I could
I,
message them
I,
as well.
I feel the exact. I felt like I never could fit in.
Yeah.
Because I was always like this athlete and this boxer guy who was like trying to be an actor, and like
Yeah.
I always felt like not cool enough. Like I could never like really like speak that language. And I remember when we were when Walking Dead like first happened, True Blood was like, I remember we were at like one of those awards that like one of those like I don't know, like Saturn Awards or something like that. And I
Yeah.
remember like Walking Dead hadn't come out yet, but me and Sarah were there and we had to announce something, and they showed like the it was like the True Blood cast, and like it was like close-ups of their face that we and like me and Sarah walked out, and I remember who it was, but like one of the main women on that cast, and she was like, Renee, like that, like kind of like zombie show, you know what I mean? Yeah. And I was like, yeah, that's her.
Hollywood is a weird space where either you were always cool or you were like your story where you're like, I was a nerd, or I was a jock who didn't really do this stuff but fell in love with it and then felt like an imposter because I didn't come from the weird artsy clique.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're me, who was always the weird artsy kid who then goes into Hollywood and everyone's cool and wants to party, and I'm like, oh, I don't know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a weird space where, yeah, I don't know. I don't, I at those industry parties,
I gotta say, oh, that is quite a moment to pause right there. That face. I couldn't help but think of my dad this whole time, because I don't think you'd know this one, Swede. But Amber probably does. Have you heard of the funny term from the Critical Role scene, Jox Machina?
Why is that? I recognize that.
Basically, like, it was like two, maybe a couple more people, where they were like your stereotypical like jock, like guy that like loves to work out, loves football, throwing beers, hanging out with the guys, all that kind of stuff. And also loves like nerdy things like anime and playing tabletop role-playing games and getting into character and all that kind of stuff. That's my dad.
Hell yeah.
He was a tech sergeant, 20 years in the military. Or I think it was 21 technically. And as he loved to say, or at least I remember him saying once, the only form of military intelligence. And he's definitely got that grizzled vibe. Like, imagine, the, what do they call it? The shadow, the third degree shadow thing. What are they called? Imagine like a grizzled looking kind of veteran, basically. I'm gonna Google this. Grizzly veteran. Yeah, here we go. Let's get some stereo. Here we go. Not literally my dad, but basically right here. Well, obviously this person not, or there we go. Actually, that kind of does have his vibe. Yep, there we go. That's my dad right there. That's really good. Now imagine him just sitting back, relaxing back home after a long day, on base, doing whatever it is he did at work, and coming back home to level up his ranger in World of Warcraft and doing dungeons. That's my dad. He never got to play TTRPGs, I don't think. I almost tried to do that. I tried to show or introduce my parents to this thing that I've heard and seen on the internet about TTRPGs. Never really got very far. I got my mom to make a character. She made like a cleric, I think, with a like kind of like Viking inspiration.
That's cool.
Yeah, I
should
don't know.
should I? Here's the thing. Should I wait for my players to create characters, or should I create a world first?
Uh, Talking with what I said, was it yesterday? Might have been yesterday.
Because if they have characters, then I can complement those art well with the world. If I make a world and then they make characters, I need to find a way to fit them into the world.
So it seems you specifically want the players to get very immersed and focus on a roleplay aspect of the game. I would make sure they have a sense of immersion. So tying with kind of like the senses, but also kind of like a memory. Instead of just creating a world, which is uh, from my case in point, I've done a couple of times, a horrendous thing I can't abide by anymore. Ever since I've ran Abomination Vaults, like a preset campaign, it's set in the world of Galarian, everything's already fleshed out, everything's already there. I suddenly now realize I can't abide world building. That's not fun for me. I don't want to do that. I can put all my creative capability, all of my interest and my passion somewhere where I actually want to. Way back when I used to run games, almost always I would have my own setting and try to make things up and do that kind of stuff because I thought that's what I liked. I always liked creating things and getting creative, making stuff. I made a whole setting that was basically like all the elemental planes were basically like permanently linked to the material plane, and there were a bunch of like islands that all the islands had a massive colossal gateway opening into the elemental planes, and people would casually walk to and fro between the elemental plane of fire or air or stone or whatever. And it was very strongly focused on that. That took so much time and effort to get less than the bare minimum. Um, it never went anywhere, and I ran maybe one, maybe at most two games in that after putting all that time and effort and not getting absolutely anywhere. Oh man.
Okay, sure.
That being said,
But yeah.
my Hun's complete opposite. That's what she loves. That's what she likes to do. She's been doing that for several years for the exact same world. I don't know how fleshed it out, but she loves world building. That is her thing. So I'm not saying that's a bad thing and you shouldn't do it. If that's what you like and what you do want to do, then do it. That's what she does.
Well, really, what if? I mean, I'm here to create a campaign. If not, then I just take something that is already made. Then it's not my craft. I'm just following what somebody else has made. If I'm creating a campaign, then I'm creating a world.
Yes and
Or
no. So, for example, if you're running the Pathfinder system or Pathfinder Second Edition, you said you're open or interested in running in Galarian. You can easily just pick a location somewhere in the world, read more about it. What's a kind of setting that sounds interesting to you? Like, where would you want to drop off the players?
No idea. I don't know any location other than Otari and Absalom.
What kind of game would you like to run for the players? All of them are gonna say like, combat. I like building things, or maybe I want to get into characters. Maybe I just want to come hang out with friends, etc., etc. They're not gonna tell you what kind of game they want quite specifically, I guess. So this is open to your freedom of expression and interest. It's like, what sounds fun to you? What kind of setting would you like? Yeah.
Um,
Drop him in the Darklands. Fuck yeah.
Probably not
Balatinsia.
for a first campaign that I ever run. Probably not dropping him in the middle of nowhere. Probably something that's already familiar to me, like a city or something.
You can drop them
That's
in
the
just straight up Otari. You know that place pretty dang well now.
I could, yeah, but isn't that just playing Abomination Vaults?
Oh, absolutely not. Otari is like kind of a popular one, just because it's nearby Absalom, which is basically the center of the world. Uh, there is even a module called. Where is it? Yeah, Hero. There's a one called Trouble in Otari. This is another campaign, not campaign module. This one's, I think, a. Oh, it is an adventure path. Okay. No, these are chapters.
Okay, but if I wanted to make a campaign in Otari without including Gauntlet, or should I include Gauntlet? I could, but I guess that's Abomination Vaults.
Well, let me scroll up here. You have the location here. Here, which is a seaside village that exports lumber. Nearby, you have the Fog Fen, which is separated by this forestry area. Nice wide open plains out here on the flanks. If I get actually
Yeah.
full village.
Amber, do you mean Gauntlet
Yep.
in what you're saying?
Right there.
Or do you mean Atari?
Whoa! What? When is this the thing? What? Sorry, I just. So,
Whoa, it's the globe.
what? Bruh, that is. This is wild. Okay. Sure, why not? This is cool. So,
Yeah.
here is all of the notable like locations and cities. As you can see, there's only a few. Spire of Nex. What is that? The Spire of Nex, also called the Tower of Nex, is a tall siege castle created by the Archmage Nex as part of his unsuccessful siege of Absalom in 166 AR. Nex constructed it using a shard from his personal demiplane known as the Crux of Nex.
Cool.
Oh, wow. This is a nice, good perspective. You can see how big Otari is, like right down here if I zoom really close in. You can see the docks here, the river right there. Like that.
Yeah, it's really small compared to Absalom.
If I zoom out, it just disappears, and then you have the metropolis over here. There's a district called the Coins. That's great. But yeah, these are full fleshed out places and things. Dawnflower Library, nice. Immenwood. Okay, I didn't know that. A place called Immenwood. What's Immenwood? Yeah.
Okay, we have a location, Otari, and now what?
Large forest in the Isle of Kortos, just south of the mountains. Geography, inhabitants. So the forest that's near y'all, the Immenwood holds many active settlements, largest of which are the towns Mirov and Otari. It also includes several mines and fortresses. Oh, okay. Both active and abandoned. Oh, that'd be fun to go into like an abandoned fortress. Makes me think of Dwarf Fortress. Trails between the forest, towns, and village are patrolled by the First Guards Eagle Garrison. The Centaur tribes of Inwood are more hospitable to humans than the tribes of the Scrape. What's that? Oh, it's a different location, okay. Though tensions between them and the city of Absalom has been quite poor recently. Wilder parts of the woodlands are home to strange fae and a large number of carnivorous plants, while on its eastern borders near the Tyrant's Grasp, undead creatures and cults afflicted with the Whispering Way can be found in greater numbers. So right away, I already got a campaign here for you. You could have them head off to a fortress that is within the woods, not far from Otari, and it is inhabited by some kind of overgrowth or plant that is just taken over this fortress.
What the hell? Wait. My Discord is lagging a lot. You just said like
Hello?
You just said like 500 words at the same time. Like I heard every word individually at the same time. It seems to be back now.
That sounds like how my girlfriend works. It sounds like her brain basically fries like that occasionally.
Yeah.
No joke. That's
Sorry.
like part of her medication is that she says that her brain goes at like 1,000,000 miles per hour sometimes, and she just can't think. Anyway,
ADHD deluxe.
Yeah, exactly. Combine that with
Nice.
Bipolar.
Nice. Not nice.
It'll be like
Can you
taking
say-
extreme caffeine, but also a lot of alcohol at the same time. So you're taking a bunch of uppers and downers.
Yeah. Can you say the idea you had for a campaign again? Because it got all messed up.
Reading this, nearby Otari is the Immenwood here, which stretches, I guess, this whole entire strip right here. Apparently, there's centaur tribes within it, more hospitable to humans as opposed to the tribes of Scrape. I don't know where that is. But there's also, it said, it includes several mines and fortresses, some active, some abandoned. And the trials between the fortresses, towns, and the villages are patrolled by XYZ. Strange fae and a large number of carnivorous plants, while the eastern border near the Tyrant's Grasp, undead creatures and cults affiliated with the Whispering Way. So, undead creatures and cults somewhere within this region down here. How, on brand, huh?
Yeah. Is there a map of these places? I mean, Immenwood is really big.
Absolutely. Here's your map. As you can see, it is extremely fleshed out.
Yes, very.
Yes, very. That's half joke. Do whatever the hell you want. Inject something. Put it like a fortress, I don't know. Right here. Right by the
So
river.
Otari could be their place where they like shop and sleep and stuff.
Yeah. But I should say, Gauntlet Keep right here is, was it 20 minutes out? So maybe right about here, that's like an hour's worth out. If you're gonna go way over here, most likely you're not gonna go back here, do something, and then spend like 4 or 5 hours getting back to Atari. You're not gonna get anything done. If you want to try going down to the place over here, you're gonna need, you're gonna have to somehow camp out here, which would be so immersive. I like the idea of like trying to camp out in a very unsafe location. It's like, do you try finding a cave or part of the dungeon that you can wall off, or maybe there is no dungeon, it's just a wide open plains and there's no actual safe location, so you have to somehow set up a camp. And then that actually brings back PTSD and confusion of setting watches. I've never understood the okay, I'll set watch, who's taking, watch or whatever. That always got me confused constantly.
I would like to do that camp thing because then you could do like, oh, as you're trying to sleep, oh, everyone roll me a perception roll, and then if somebody succeeds, it'll be like, oh, you hear a branch uh, break in the distance, something is coming closer. Obviously not that simple, but like
Yeah,
something like that.
the classic campfire scene in the middle
Yeah.
of a woods is so provocative. It is very I won't say overdone, even though kind of it is, but there's a reason why people keep coming back to it. It's very evocative and immersive. But yeah, that would probably be a good one. Have them start out in Otari, say, hey, the MacGuffin is far away over somewhere. You need to go to the MacGuffin because reasons. Fill those in however you want. And then eventually they set up and light a building on fire, and then town's guard chase them out because players. Uh, and then they head off and head to go do the thing.
So if we were to set a general picture here, let's say these adventurers they're maybe most logical and easy would be they're all from Atari, and what? They're in the forest to raid mines and old fortresses that might be occupied or not. Who's giving out this mission? Why? Why are they working together?
Good question.
Are they there on their own? Are they treasure hunting? Are they...
So you're more or
There's
less
some-
open to
some
come up
room,
with
or-
literally whatever you want.
Yeah.
Immediately, my brain is now comparing creativity as a form of mana. So, do we want to spend some of our mana to create something, or do we want something that is already there? I'm going to be conservative. I don't want to use any of my spell slots. So instead, I'm just going to go back in Otari. It's like, okay, where can I have an NPC inject my MacGuffin? How about Rin? I know her pretty decently. Rin's
Should I
wonders.
use Ren?
She's got a great backstory. I don't think I've ever told you. This might be some spoilers, but I can read her backstory.
Yeah. If I read up on Ren and the city, I'm gonna be so knowledgeable on when we play. I'm gonna have to not. I'm gonna have to try my hardest not to metagame.
That's fine. I mean, for the most part, everything about Otari is not going to be that much of a spoiler at all. The vast majority of this campaign module is like all about Gauntlet. So if you read about Otari, you're basically not going to get any form of spoilers at all.
Look what Amber said. They could
Oh.
be a gang of looters sent by the Osprey Club to loot old fortresses.
Oh
could
yeah,
be
that's
good.
true. They could
Could be a
play
good-
as someone from there. Now,
Yeah.
they could either be
be a-
part of thieves, or they could be joining a group of individuals. They don't know that this is a thieves guild, but they are requested to join along as form of like sellswords, mercenaries, to assist them within the threatening reaches within Immenwood.
Yeah.
Later on, they find out through like role play. It's like, oh, you're actually a group of thieves.
But do you know what I want to do though? I want to do so one of the main NPCs is like secretly really evil,
Oh, that's the classic. Yeah,
and like a
that's pretty
final
common.
boss fight. That'd be fun.
Bonus points if you make it one of the player.
One of the players?
That is extremely hard to pull off. I don't think you'd be able to do it.
That's
But
very fun though.
it's so fun injecting seeds. Like, for example, you, Swede, Amber, and Liliette. one of you three, I gave a secret, like, a few months back, to one of your characters. I'm not gonna say who it is. So yeah, one of you has a very big secret that might
Oh, this has a
cause
very
huge
big
flux.
secret.
Yes. So don't say
Oh.
it, Swede. If it's you, or Amber,
Is it me?
or Lil.
I don't know about no secret.
Or one of the big families could employ them to explore abandoned fortresses near to the industry work areas. Oh yeah, that'd be a great one. Otari is very famous for its like lumber mill. It's what do they call it? The Giant's Wheel. This is basically their bread and butter to keep Otari alive and keep money flowing. There could be maybe a nearby threat. Like there's a group of bandits, say somewhere nearby, off actually nearby, that is harassing or possibly maybe huge threat. Okay, simple one. A very simple group, like say, imagine like the first two layers of Gauntlet. So there's like the easier level and then the harder levels just below. Insert whatever levels you want them between 1 and 3, 1 and 4, I don't know. But let's just for some simplicity's sake, let's just say they have a fucking bomb. One of them knows how to cast spells and came across a 5th level spell of like Rain of Meteors. And they threatened Otari, hey, we will absolutely decimate your lumber mill if you don't provide us regular sustenance. So they have to pay tolls to this, like bandit group or tribe or just some assholes that are blackmailing Otari. Naturally, being a location for Otari here, a lot of explorers, mobile people, traveling merchants, adventurers, whatever, tend to come here. Players might happen to be here at the time, and the mayor may do a public speech saying that there has been a threat recently nearby of what seems to be normal people, but with a very powerful weapon over there that has been threatening the town. Is anybody willing to stand up and defend what is right? This would give a great time for some players to get super into character, show that, yes, I am a hero. I know what's right. I will defend, even if it means for no gain. Meanwhile, the rogue in the back is like, well, you're a dumbass. But then again, they probably have some good money and loot there, so, I'll tag along.
It's got a lot of my brain juices flowing.
Hate to say, there's a 50-50 chance it's me. Yeah.
Well, Amber, it could be me. Which it isn't, unfortunately.
Yeah, it definitely isn't wink emoji.
Well, Amber, you've died like 500 times. So, it's probably not you.
3.
Unless you're giving every new character that he makes a new secret.
That could be another thing you can do. Each of your players, just give them a secret. It's like, hey, secretly don't tell any players, but you have X, or you
That'd be
super
so
need
fun.
to do Y. It's like everyone has a seed of something they have or need to do, that kind of thing.
You know what I want to do at one point? I want to I saw a video on this, and it was like, this was a sketch basically, and what it was like, oh, it was a party of free people. They called themselves the Free Musketeers, and then they found a letter, like from the villain that they're after or whatever, and it was an open letter, and it said like, "Oh, they still haven't found out who's the mole in the party," or something like that. And they all looked at
Yes.
each other
Oh, that's so good.
like clutching their dice. Like that was super fun. Let's see if I
Oh.
can find that.
T. By the way, just to make things clear, one of you does actually have a secret, and it was Amber. It was a previous character. He was supposed to hunt you, Thask.
What? Sorry.
Amber was the one with the secret. He was supposed to hunt you down.
Oh, yeah. Well, we kind of knew that.
Just before a one-shot once, the DM went round and gave each player a piece of paper, and that's how we dealt with secrets. Okay. I like the idea of making everyone aware that everyone does have a secret.
Look at this video. No, that's the wrong video.
Looking at video.
One sec, wait.
I don't see it.
how can I- No, I accidentally sent the same YouTube link. I copy pasted it on my phone and then, or I copied it on my phone and pasted it on my computer, which makes no sense. Let me paste it from my phone. There you go. It's a TikTok video.
You all have managed to sneak in.
Oh, what? So, this is new. Select 2 objects that are the same shape.
What the hell are you doing in CAPTCHA? The 2 and the 2.
Enjoy my resources AI learning. I'm pretty sure that's what those CAPTCHAs are basically just for data for AIs to learn.
Maybe.
You all have managed to sneak into the evil wizard's study. A strew of papers are spread across the desk.
Finally, that will give us the edge we need over this wizard.
Couldn't have done it without each other.
For what is justice without the
Three
Three Musketeers?
Eddie, your eyes are instantly attracted to a letter yet to be sealed. And
Oh, an actual letter. Don't mind if I do. Your Majesty, the Three Musketeers approach the tower. Don't be alarmed. Our own agent is still undercover within their ranks.
Let me hear it.
What's that all about? I was just about to ask you the same thing. It's probably just a distraction. Yeah, is that what you want us to think? Watch it, Necromancer. I've seen you sneak out at night. Don't go pointing fingers
I
at
have
me.
rituals to set. It's part of my class.
So is that the oath you broke?
I
Paladin?
told you about that.
I never trusted a rogue. You trusted me before this. My
Yes.
oath is still under the Raven.
Oh, another paladin that brings out his
Still
morals.
under the
That's
Raven
convenient
Queen.
for him.
That's it.
Okay, sorry. With that part right there, my oath is still under the Raven Queen. Raven Queen is all about keeping secrets.
Really?
Oh, that's so good.
You all have managed to sneak
Oh,
into the evil
that was
wizard's
good.
study.
That's very T. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the Raven Queen is like all about keeping secrets.
Fitting.
My oath is to keep a secret. Hell yeah. Yeah, that could be fun. That could even be another good way to help people get into character, is like secretly you need to do X or you have a Y, and then it would be like, okay, what am I supposed to do with this? It doesn't give me a bonus to my armor class. It doesn't make me kick more ass and eat more gum. Okay, so I have to, I guess, somehow enact this occasionally when playing my character. Like, yeah. Welcome to RP.
Yeah.
Doesn't she also help the dead into the afterlife or something? Or is that... Oh, I might be getting that wrong. I'm pretty sure that's what it was, right? Raven Queen. Raven Queen. goddess of death, fate, and winter from the world of Narla. Early Shadowfell, who was revered by the Shadowkai. What is her edicts? Domains, life and death. I might be wrong then. I was wrong. That would have been so funny if he injected that, though. There's a deity that's about keeping secrets. That would have been super funny if they added that.
Bro, my dog farted and it smells like rotten eggs.
Now you know how my hunt feels.
Yep.
What was I doing? We tangented so hard and came full stop.
We were creating a campaign.
Oh, so I was gonna make a stat block for Yin, who is apparently a level 5 character. And I thought of exactly what kind of way I would make her. Oh, hey, how does that actually work? Hold up. I punched the mic, sorry. Class NPC. How do I word that? Designing NPCs. Oh, thank you. That's helpful. Creatures that are meant to cleave closely to characters, classes, and intensity. They might face... Yeah. You can build NPCs just like you would any other creature. If an NPC should work like they have a class, use the class feature and feats suitable class to pick abilities. And look at both classes, proficiencies, ability modifiers. If the NPC isn't meant to work like they have a class, a baker for example, yada yada, an NPC's level should represent their combat power. A common person might not be a combat threat, even if they're important or highly skilled, and they consequently have a low level. However, that doesn't mean they can't present a challenge in other types of encounters. This is represented by non-combat level and tend to be specific to areas for expertise. For example, a barrister might be a negative level 1 in combat, but is a 4th level creature in an encounter related to legal matters. Makes sense? PC style build. This is the one I want to do. I want to try making a PC style stat block for Yin, because I thought it would be super perfect to give her the, what is it called? Mastermind rogue.
Mastermind.
So, you know how for you as a ranger, one of your core features is your, what is it called? What is it called?
I'm not sure.
Neither do I. Hunter's Edge. That's what it's called. You're training the skill as a hunter and tracker, gaining an extra benefit when you use hunting prey. Depending on your focus of training, choose a Hunter's Edge. So this is something that only you... Who mad at me? What is that name? 1WT1. Thank you for the mouth. So you have the Flurry, Ranger, Outwit, Precision, which is the one you took, and Vindicator. So these are things that only you taking this class is capable of taking. While I imagine it might be possible to get a Hunter's Edge from like a higher leveled archetype feat for Ranger, maybe. For the most part, this is like only applicable for you. Back up. Rogue. have something called a racket, the Rogue's Racket. What kind of rogue are you? One of them is called the Mastermind. You rely on your intellect to craft intricate schemes, planning 10 steps ahead where others might plan 3. You might be driven detective, a spy master in the service of a powerful house, or an aspiring crime lord of information broker. If you successfully identify a creature using Recall Knowledge, that creature is off guard against your attacks until the start of your next turn. If you critically succeed, it is off guard against your attack for 1 minute, so the rest of the encounter. You're trained in society, and one of the following skills: Arcana, Nature, Occultism, Religion, and Intellect is your key attribute. So this is a rogue class, I guess you will, where your key attribute is Intellect, and you use Intellect for all your abilities. And at the start of the round, you can try recalling knowledge about your enemy. On normal success, they become off guard. And if you can critically succeed, they become off guard for the rest of the encounter, which is so good. Which is also really good for a rogue. If a creature is off guard, that means you get your sneak attack. So that means you get sneak attack for the rest of the encounter, no matter what.
That's very good. But you have to critically succeed, though.
That is true. And you have to have a pretty high intelligence score. Investigator with rogue dedication work just as good, if not better. I guess it's hard to make that as NPC. Yeah. I should say, as the stream suggests, I am over-preparing. This is extremely unnecessary and will probably never come up. I'm just doing this purely because it sounded fun. I wanted Ian to have a stat block, just because y'all have been interacting with her a whole lot. Thought it'd be nice to have just some in there. Maybe she could potentially help out.
Maybe she's the final boss.
T-face.
No way.
I'll edit that all later. Actually, it might be much easier to do this with Wanderer's Guide. Hashtag not sponsored. Oh, Amber, could you drop your character into the campaign here? I would appreciate that. What is this? Copy? Or is that generating a new one? Oh, whoops. Don't look at that. Don't look at that.
Not looking, not looking.
Okay, people might be able to see it. Display capture, there we go. I have to generate a new key. Alright, generating a new key. Copy that. Send this to you. Be warned, I might change some of it. Oh, that's perfectly fine. That's actually why I really wanted to check out what you had done that immediate day. Like, that one. It's like, oh, it looks like you already have done. What do you got? I want to know. Getting all giddy and bouncy. I'm like, no. Gotta let the player cook. Maybe the player wants to make a completely different other one. That was just the first one that came to mind. Give a couple days. Maybe it was like, actually, maybe I might want to do this. It's been a couple of days. Yeah. But yeah, by all means, change your ancestry, change your class, change everything. Doesn't matter. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and drop your character in. Who are you? What is this?
Who the hell is you?
God of conspiracy, isolation, and manipulation. Yeah, here we go. This is going to be my next character. A worshiper of conspiracies and isolation and manipulation. I'm sure I would get
Sounds like a
along
cult.
so well. I love that. Hell yeah. During the age of excess and Absalom, a cult of Ulan. Is that asked about? Ulan? Probably. Expanded into the city and instigated political and internecet conflict. Sure. Contributing to the city's strife until the ascension of that person via the test. Who is this one? Nargber? Oh, it's this person. Okay. This does ring a bell. I remember reading about this in my history class. So the god of conspiracies that basically helped someone take the test of the Starstone and ascended to godhood and became basically the deity of thieves and assassins. What was I doing? Oh yeah, mastermind. I'm gonna do it this way. Characters. Let's just delete one of these. Create. Nope. Create. Yin would be a level 5. Can I copy your name somewhere? This is probably good enough. Though I might add player core 2. I'm not going to add just a whole bunch of stuff. Doesn't need to get complicated. Characters in the campaign? Pog. Might just go look at that right now. I don't know how to remove old people. I've been trying to do that for a while now. Also, why does it have a... What's with these pings? Oh, dying 3. Can I somehow... y'all can stay in here. Doesn't matter. Call now. Call now? Do we already have something to harass you with, Amber? Are we call now? Immediately regrets. Tanuki, you're still going Tanuki. I'm interested to know more about these. These ones I really don't know much about Tanukis. Tanukis delight in prying some practical jokes, especially those that allow them to take the high and mighty down a notch and show them what life is like for everyone else. Where other people take pride in their storied histories, noble traditions, or intricate ceremonies, Tanuki take pride in their simplicity and disregard for the world's many rules. Hashtag same. Though some might claim this outlook reduces Tanuki to uncouth rubes, Tanuki feel it makes them more cultured. After all, one must know a rule to bend it, and one must understand a norm to break it. Exactly. Exactly. You can't break the norm if you don't know what the norm is. Wonder if I go and look at this.
I want to print out a bunch of maps. That would be cool.
Oh, for in-person games?
Yeah.
FR. Want to know a fun way of drawing a map?
Oh.
We'll zoom out intensifies. Oh, I finally
I'm on a
removed the
website called
grid on here.
Incarnate.
That rings a bell. That does ring a bell. Oh. I might stick away from that one. That one's a little too intricate. Very extreme.
Okay.
You can use it if you want, provided if it's free or something. But it might be just a little too much.
What about
Yeah.
this dungeon scroll. You know,
Dungeon
Wiper,
scroll.
I
That one
just
also
draw
rings
it
a bell.
on the table. I don't know how to draw, Amber.
All right, watch this. Watch this. I was gonna show you. Let's get a map here. Let's make it decently big. Now when I say map, I'm talking like battle maps. I don't draw like the world maps kind of thing. All right, 30 by 30 is probably good enough.
We already have a world map, don't we?
Right, good call. Let's make it a little bit wider, but less high so I can fit it on my screen. All right, that'll do. And now I'm going to roll. Let's roll some d6s. Why not?
Is there supposed to be something on your screen?
Shit, right. Balls. Thank you. There we go.
I don't see nothing.
D-face. So I'm going to roll 6d6. You can do any amount. That's an excellent. We got a 3, 4, 2, 3, 2, and a 4. I'm going to screenshot that really quick. I don't know if those dice might disappear. You do this for IRL. So you take out a piece of like drawing paper, ideally that already has grids, throw some dice up to the grid, and then just like, so this is a small 2, this was a really large 4, what was the 2? Download, screenshots. So there was a 2 right here as the smallest, there's a 3 right here is a little bigger, and then there's a 3 over here, and then a 4 down here. And now we just like connect these rooms. This is going to be
That's
like a secret little room right here. This is going to be a transition here with a little like special room here. This is going to be the main entrance to the dungeon right here. So here's the entrance to the dungeon. This is outside. This is going to be, I don't know, a building, maybe in a cave or something like that. Here's a little back room right here, and voila, we have a dungeon. Done. Let's just go ahead and drop you guys in.
Okay, but it looks shit though. How do you
It looks
How do you make it look
beautiful.
cool?
It looks perfect, in my opinion. Why are you guys not snapping to the grid? There we go. But yeah, now there you go. This tiny little room over here. Back a little room, maybe it's a storage or someone's bedroom. It's probably a bedroom right there. No. Bedroom would
How do you
probably
make it
be back
immersive, though?
here. Immersive? With good storytelling. And good details.
But you're not gonna do anything else than draw these lines?
Fuck no. Especially if
though.
it's in person. You think I'm an artist? I can't draw like super good in person. I'm a normal human.
But you just come. Why just come up with stuff on the spot? Why not just print out a map of a dungeon?
You could do that. You could definitely do that as well. That would be pretty cool and immersive. You have like a nice fully printed out one with a little bit more detail. If you
But
have
people
the
don't
right
usually do that.
resources. Yeah.
I have a printer, yeah.
I'll be honest, I don't know what other people usually do. This is just my style of doing things. Another form of my style of doing things is also like similar to what I just did here. I actually did this a couple of times for my in-person games. I'll be like, okay, y'all are in this type of scenario and setting and whatnot, and I'll hand each of the players a marker and say, hey, draw something on the map. What makes sense? What do you think is here? And then we'll just start acting like 5-year-olds drawing on the map. You're like, yeah, there's some trees over here. I'm gonna put a rock over here. Maybe someone left some junk lying around over here, and we'll just draw random shit on the map. It's like, wow, now we have a map.
Okay.
The fun part about that is that you get your players to get invested in and inject their thoughts and ideas into the game, and it's not just you saying what's going on. They're actually influencing the game.
Well, they're influencing the game in every other way possible. Like I wanted to, I don't want to come up with it on the spot. I don't want to improvise the whole session. That seems like a
Yes.
disaster to me.
That definitely can. Definitely can. So in which case, you might want to have some already prepared things. Especially for a first game, that probably would be proper to have like something actually prepared, and that ties into the whole thing of like, see, I got this whole dungeon set up. I'm gonna plop in, all those plants that I was talking about because this is the ruins within Immenwood that I was talking about like a couple hours ago. Wow, look, it's Ty is back. um. Oh Christ, what was I saying? What was I saying? I was about to connect something.
Something about improvisation, something about...
Oh, yeah. Who's to say your players are actually gonna even come here?
Why did they come to the session if they're not gonna play the story? Or what do you mean?
Like, oh, this is, say, like, the dungeon that I'm preparing and prepping and whatnot. This is gonna be that fortress that we're gonna allude to and say, hey, you should go do the thing. Actually, let's go to the other one. The one where, like, a bunch of dick butts are threatening Otari because they have an extremely powerful scroll that could potentially destroy the giant's wheel. So now they're asking for tolls as like a blackmail. This
They
would
choose
be
to do
basically
nothing, then the whole campaign is over. That's like the whole purpose.
true.
If they don't take that bait, then what's the point of...
Good call. Actually, that's very smart. You are wiser than you seem.
Well, I'm not dumb. Uh, look, what I just really need before I would start up a game like this is give them a proper introduction. And I'm not just gonna put them in a city and say, hey, do whatever you want. They're not gonna know what to do.
So one of the openings I've always wanted to do, there's two different openings I've been wanting to do for a long time. One I'll tell first, and it's actually from, I think, Rise of the Rune Lords, a campaign module. I could be wrong. Or maybe it's Trouble in Otari. Ironically, I don't remember. So the opener of this like campaign module basically starts you off within a city, probably Absalon. I don't remember. It's been a long time. I actually got to play in this thing. I was like, this is a really cool opener. I might steal this. We were in the middle of a town. There was a festival that was currently going on. There was multiple different like games that were going on, from a sack race, archery, food competitions, all those kind of things that you would imagine at like a festival. And after doing a bunch of like little mini games of like, this is how you roll a skill check, this is how you roll an attack roll. Great way to introduce someone to the basics of the game. After introducing basics of the games in a much more carefree situation where there is no actual threat, then you kick them in the balls and say, hey, the city is under attack. You hear an explosion go off in the back. People start screaming. Everyone just looks around like, what just happened? Everyone around you is like confused, like, what the hell was that? And then you see off in the distance, running down the alleys in your direction, a bunch of goblins just screaming, going wild, jumping off like ledges, climbing walls, throwing bombs randomly around, just in the middle of nowhere, against walls, just explosions, and they're just screaming all over. Look like they're having a frickin' blast, pun intended. And most of them are headed your direction. The civilians around you scream and scatter in all directions. What do you do?
That's how you want to start?
I love that. opening. It was so much fun.
That is kind of fun. I think maybe to show them the basics of how to fight, maybe I could like the first thing that happens is like a huge bar fight or something.
Great idea. So
So
tying
it's
in
not
with
that serious.
the second one that I've always kind of wanted to do is having them fight a dragon that they absolutely serve no chance against at all.
What the
The
hell?
campaign starts immediately off by Thask. You are currently running down the hall of an abandoned, ruined fortress castle. Running down the hall, sweat blowing down your brow, full speed ahead, as you hear in the background behind you just boom, boom, smashing into the side of the wall, a colossal dragon crashing into the wall behind you, screaming after you, rubble from the ceiling of the castle falling down below you, one of them barely hitting next to you. It screams at you, throwing on a giant gout of fire. Just before it's able to get close to you, coming in barely behind, you manage to go through a archway and quickly run around the corner, and the flame goes flying right past you by your side, barely singeing your side. You're trying to catch your breath. What do you do?
That's a pretty good starter. What if they just die and campaign is over? GG.
That's why you do story mode, as I like to call it, initiative mode, where nobody actually rolls dice.
Yeah.
But that's to each their own. So you say whatever you might do in this situation. I'll follow up next by, okay, after you do that, Yin, you are currently back in the room, looking down over a ledge into this room. The dragon is down below you, currently screaming and scraping through this small hallway. It cannot completely fit through, but you saw one of your allies, Thask, go into that room. You have an opportunity right here. What do you do?
Distract it or something.
So Yin's gonna try making a distraction and be like, hey, skeever butt, your mother was a snowblower. And it pulls immediately. This dragon's like, who the hell's talking? It turns it up around. Might try taking a quick shot at the face of the dragon before leaping out of the way. And the dragon begins to like kind of scratch and smash up into the ceiling of the wall, trying to scrape at Yin. She quickly tries to move out of way before the dragon actually grabs hold of Yin by one of the claws, pulling her down, not having like full grip, but she comes flying down to the bottom of the like floor, almost hitting impact before Skyver, you manage to come into this room, braving standing up next to the dragon as it has just pulled Yin off from the ceiling. You barely catch her before she hits the floor, saving her crashing into the ground. What do you do?
I fart.
Same.
Real good.
We're shitting ourselves here. Now they're standing right next in front of this massive dragon. They stand absolutely no chance. Or at least I would try to make it seem that the thing isn't wildly intimidating. They can't just... You're starting off the scene, like, running away from it. Hopefully they don't decide to try fighting it.
If I print out a map of Otari, should I print out multiple to give like everyone a copy, or maybe I could, because they could take it home and maybe.
If you have access to, like, messaging them, like, say, Discord or whatever, I would just give them an image rather than, like, printing out, because that would be, like, a lot of ink. It probably would be...
I want to do one copy anyway.
It
At
would
least.
I
Maybe I
think
can show
also
them in real life.
unnecessary. Like, they give them a map of Otari. It's like, okay, that's kind of cool. Oh, what do they do with it? Do they take that home with them? Why would they do that?
Some of them did wonder, because they don't know what a fantasy setting is. They don't know what time they're in. They don't know where they are. How do you make a character?
Okay, that's very good. Um, from there, you could give them, ask them like, have they played? Give kind of like game examples, Skyrim, or World of Warcraft, those kind of things.
I mean, most of these people are just
Witcher.
uh, majority of these people are not gamers like these. Some of these are normies, like real normies, like a mother with 2 children.
Deep down, we're all normies.
Are you a mother with 2 children? Perhaps.
How do you know?
I'm gonna send you a YouTube link. I heard this song with the lyrics and I thought, wow, this would make for a real good boss music if it was instrumental. So I looked it up instrumental. This is how it
Oh,
sounds. What do you think? Would this be
actually reminds
cool
me.
boss music?
I want to make a quick archive of this. I hope I can upload it. Let that load.
I'm gonna print this out.
Head jamming. Oh, Tenacious D. Oh, it's instrumental only. Okay.
Yeah, without the lyrics. You can't have lyrics in a boss song, can you? I'm describing the battle and he's singing in my ear.
Just realized I'm trying my best not to get these VODs copyrighted. So I don't know if I want to be playing this. F some
enough.
chat. Yeah, this could potentially work. Heck yeah, heck yeah. Do you have like a music player to do this in person?
Well, I have my phone.
I
And
guess
I
that could
have
work. Might use up a bit of battery.
a laptop. Well, I have a charger. That's fine.
For a first session, that wouldn't be too bad of an idea. I imagine it would only be once. Most likely, every game's only going to have one encounter. You're not going to have like 2 encounters.
I want to have some kind of music or atmospheric sounds going on at all time because it really helps with immersion. Like if you're sitting in complete silence, let's say you're not really feeling it, if it's completely silent and you only listen to my voice, that's, I mean,
No me gusta.
some people might not like that.
No me gusta la ensalada.
And some people might find it more interesting to listen to me talk if there's, sounds going on.
I should say that's the only sentence I know in Spanish, and it means I don't like the salad.
You don't like the salad.
Yeah, no me gusta la ensalada.
Escucho voces en mi cabeza.
See,
That means I hear voices in my head.
I assume that was
Fun fact.
not Spanish?
It was.
Oh, it was? Wait, how many languages do you know?
Only 2. I hear voices in my head. Let's see if I did it correctly. Spanish.
Why is my folder not showing up there? How big is this? Oh my god, that is 2.5 gigs worth of music.
Oh wow.
Okay. I guess I forgot what was actually in that folder.
Escucho voces en mi cabeza means I hear voices in my head. Let's go. And if I knew how to say I need a psychology. I need a psychiatrist right now. After saying I hear voices in my head.
It's very useful information to learn.
Yeah.
Delete the Path of Exile one. Put that back on. So I'm trying to archive and set up all my like tabletop music. I'm trying to upload it to the Discord. You can steal some of this. I've got a lot of thematic, atmospheric background sounds, kind of like the one that's
Hell
playing.
yeah. Necesito un terapeuta ahora.
Yes.
That means I love that music. No, it doesn't.
I'm sure it doesn't.
It means I need a therapist now.
I
Where did
know
you
it
upload
doesn't.
this? Where'd you upload the music?
I'm trying to delete a bunch of the music that's in it because it's like several gigs worth, and I can't upload it.
The porn audio.
Yeah, it's in the prawns folder, or not. It's a different one.
What? What?
That's what folder I put all my like Twitch related stuff, from audio assets, images, text files for me to come back later. It's just in that core file on the front of my where's this? Delete that. There we go. Prawn file.
Amber says, use the Skyrim soundtrack. If it's good enough for Critical Role, it's good enough for you.
Yeah. I can actually upload that momentai. Is this big enough? That might be too big still. Yep, still too big.
I have to go walk my dog now.
Alright.
And then I'm off to bed.
Oh, you're legging?
I got school in the morning.
Ah,
Got school
okay.
in the morning.
Well, in that case, I will say 07. I don't know what else to say. All right, I guess good night. Was there any final questions that you had? You can throw it to me. I mean, naturally, you can always ask me anytime, later, tomorrow, or something like that. Please don't do that again.
What? Dad, it's not funny. It's not funny, Dad. I got school in the morning.
All right. There's
I'm not laughing. No, it's not funny. Nah, has he drawn on my face? Got school in the morning. There you go, Amber. Anyways.
Nah, it's not funny. I've got school.
Bye, guys.
Nah, I'm not laughing. I've got school. Nah, has he drawn on my face?
Excellent. Got school in the morning. Alright. I guess I can also drop in the Skyrim soundtrack. It's got some good stuff in there. But for the most part, I use those tracks in that folder. Namely, the ones I use the most often. Let me go back to the actual one. Just delete that. Music. Thematic area. Town. There's the medieval town. That's the one that's playing right now. That's all of the... This one. That one's very nice. And the Slaughtered Inn? Slaughtered Ox? This one has like the bard that's kind of playing in the background. You can hear everyone just kind of like chilling at their tables. All that kind of stuff. I like this one. Another one of my favorites is... Where is it? Graveyard. This one's good, I think. This one, I think, fits a lot of sitches. You have, like, the rustling of leaves in the background, and then the occasional ominous, like, background sounds. Let me just... There we go. Bit of a thunder. A very faint string instrument, and then a bit of a humming on the string instruments for some tension. The wind blow that kind of howls just barely. I like that one. And there are some other random ones in here. Catacombs. Not too bad. It's a little too echoey. But very fitting for a cave. Goblin's Cave. What is this one? Well, that was a very wet cave. Oh. I heard like a sword strike on that one. Or something metal striking. Interesting. Let's listen to wet sounds. People like wet sounds, right? Alright, what is Tanuki? Wow, I just realized. Have I completed any of my train of thoughts today, Amber? Constantly getting sidetracked. Jesus Christ. No, cheers. That's good now. Well, let's finish one of the train of thoughts. As a Tanuki, you might, emphasis on might, live life to the absolute fullest, getting into whatever trouble that approach might bring you. You might take pride in your duties and accomplishments, no matter how humble. Interesting. Be accustomed to the role of underdog and take it in strides. Seeing failure as a wonderful punchline. Failure is merely a means to an end. Also, why did I just get messaged yes? Oh, Squish is picking up Uno Pizza. Anyone want pizza? Others probably find you the life at the party. Others probably know you'll always have their back. Others probably hope you aren't about to play a joke on them. That sounds like a very fun kind of person. My god, you're ugly. Yeah, there we go. That's my Tanuki. Look at this nice big belly, too. Wait, so they can, like, have this human-esque form? What are their, ability score thingies? 10, so it's kind of like a dwarf. Small size. Small, but still normal speed, so you're kind of fast. Con, charisma free. You have an attribute flaw, so minus on wisdom. Common, Tanuki, additional. Change shape. One action. You can transform into a mundane raccoon dog using the statistics of pest form. This is a specific raccoon dog from form that's the same age and body type as your true form and has roughly analogous physical traits such as hair color. Using change shape counts as creating a disguise for the impersonate use of deception. You lose any unarmed strikes you gain from Tanuki heritage or ancestry feat in this form. You can remain your raccoon dog form indefinitely, and you can shift back to your Tanuki form by using this action again. Okay. So, basically, as an action, you turn into a raccoon. And back. Excellent. Let's get food. Uno sounds actually bang tight right now. Just in case I dox me, thanks Google. Uno pizza. Pizza. How do I get rid of this ad? Please go away. Thank you. Menu. I thought I would like a deep dish, but every time when I've had deep dish, I've found it okay. I've never loved a deep dish. I've had some that are good. I've had some that are not good. I could try it again. It's been a while. Maybe it'll be different. Yeah, I'll try this. It actually has been a while. Numero uno: sausage, pepperoni, onions, peppers, mushrooms. Not a mushroom kind of person on my pizza. Chicago Meat Market: sausage, meatball, pepperoni, shredded mozzie. A little too much meat for my tastes. Extra sausage, extra cheesy. So, sausage pizza.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Can you hear me?
I hear someone.
It's me, Sweden Thunder.
Oh my god, your voice is so different.
Is it actually? I'm
It's
talking on my AirPods.
dude,
I'm
your
outside, right?
voice is wildly different.
What? How is it different?
I don't know. I
Is the
guess it's
microphone better?
I think it just basically doesn't have any bass. It's a lot higher.
Yeah, my microphone, like on my headset, sucks balls. Should have heard me when I had a good mic before it broke.
The mic that you're currently using definitely isn't great by any means. The first
Yeah.
the first 1 second, maybe 1.5 second of every time you start to speak is extremely muffled and like destroyed.
Oh, does it does it ruin it for your stream? Should I leave?
It's not bad as long as you talk longer.
Okay, I will talk for longer. There you go.
Exactly. Wow, you threw
Look.
me off so hardcore. I thought you were genuinely someone else.
Oh. Look, I got an idea as I like stepped out the door. I started listening to Boss music on Spotify. Just searched up Boss music, and it gave me a playlist, and I heard the song, and it instantly, you know, gave me ideas. Is there any, is there any creature that looks super cool, uh, that could like arise from the ground that a level one party could kill, or no?
So there's multiple things that first, I will inject the stereotypical joke. Is there anything that looks super cool that couldn't destroy a party at level 1? No. Everything that's cool is higher level.
Damn it!
That's a joke. Obviously, that's not the case. But sometimes it feels that way.
Can I make my own creature?
Oh, that is absolutely viable. A lot of people do that thing. In fact, I think that's even rules as written. There's a lot of ways to make your own creatures. I have no experience in making my own creatures. Where is it? Encounter builder. Here we go. I'm juggling some things here. We're ordering Uno pizza. What do y'all want?
What? A pizza?
Yeah.
I would like a Hawaii.
Hawaii.
Yeah, pineapple
You,
pizza.
you yanking the pizzle, or are you actually you like the pineapple pizza?
I like pineapple pizza.
Really?
You know what else I like, guys? I like to put banana on my pizza. Not kidding, that's a thing here.
No.
Are you considering throwing me to jail?
Why banana? Wait, wait, hold up.
It tastes good.
What else? If
Tastes good
you
though.
had banana on a pizza, what else is on that pizza along with it?
Oh, do you want to know?
Yeah, like what kind of sauce? Does it have cheese, etc.?
Well, we have a pizza. It's called Tropicana, and it's a normal pizza, it's got ham, it's got cheese, it's got tomato sauce, whatever, and then it's got um, it has banana on it, it has pineapple on it, and then it has curry on it.
What was that last one? I missed the last one.
Curry, you know the spice curry?
Curry.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like it's for you, Amber.
Amber likes curry?
Hey, Amber, do you like curry? Something tells me you do. It's definitely not the only thing you eat. Heavy emphasis on a joke there. Yes. I swear every time when Amber is talking about what he's eating, it's always something that's curry. It's just always that.
Okay, Ice, what about this? If I make my own creature for like the introduction, sorry, that was a big word.
Big word.
For my players, I want to make it a really cool creature, and I want to have cool boss fight music, so they get a taste of what it's like. With so maybe I can begin with a cool role play scene where they can role play if they want, try to get a vibe for how they feel about role play, and then I can throw them into an encounter with a really cool boss that isn't very difficult, and they can get a feel for how to actually play the game.
So it depends on how many players you're gonna have. If you
With
have
9, it'll be like 4 and 5, or I split them into 3 different groups, and it would be 3 players.
if you
So it's
have
either 3, 4, 5.
like 3 players, then having a single large, like big tough enemy is great. Whereas if you had a larger group of like 5 versus a single large enemy, they're most likely going to be able to dominate it because of action economy. The players
Right.
would have a total of like 15 actions. That creature only has 3.
Even if they don't know what they're doing.
That is a good point. But still, yeah. If they bring things that have like status ailments, they try disarming, tripping, demoralizing, all that kind of stuff. Anything that would leave an effect onto the creature that the rest of the party members could build off of. Let's say one person makes the creature flat-footed, so that's -2 AC. That means 4 other people get a +2 to their attack, effectively.
What if I make this creature basically unkillable at this level, and I make them watch as like their families or their friends or like the town gets slaughtered or something?
I think I've done that before.
And that way they will all have one common enemy. They will all fight for the same cause, you know?
Having people get along for the same cause is quite difficult. That is also another thing to contend. It's like I definitely did struggle. I will admit that, trying to get Amber's character, whose name that I am forbidden from remembering apparently.
Frida.
Frida, thank you. uh, I actually did struggle trying to get Frida along to either join the party or go to Gauntlet. I wasn't exactly sure what to do.
Yeah. Or what? How do you think I could get them all to work together? Because they're probably all going to be very different, have very different goals.
Yes.
Be different people just overall. How can I get them to all work for the same cause? I think as long as I don't know who they are and what their character stands for, I think having big thing kill whatever they love would probably be a good start.
Okay. Oh, one step at a time here. I want to pedal back. Just God forbid I actually finish a train of thought.
Yeah,
I don't think I've finished a train of thought at all this stream. So let's just make a simple assumption of 5 players using my encounter ability here. If you do a CR4 creature, that's going to be a little over moderate. So a CR4 against 5 level 1 PCs. Imagine,
yeah,
you know that air elemental thing that strangled the hell out of you?
yes,
You were a level 2 player, and it was basically able to down you in 1 turn. Although with some lucky rolls, but it was still almost able to take you down in a turn. You were level 2. You're going to be much stronger than a level 1. This still is viable. It's just quite likely if you do a CR4 against 5 level 1s, it's going to be the first, most likely the level 4 creature is going to go first because it has very large numbers. It's going to roll very high on its initiative. It's going to go first. It's probably most likely going to kill a player, so they're going to go unconscious. Then
no,
4
but
players go.
not. I wouldn't have them like. I think I wouldn't. I don't think I would have the creature attacking them. I mean, there would be maybe a lot of people around. If it just erupts in the middle of the city, comes out of the ground, kills a bunch of civilians, it doesn't have to kill the players, you know? Because obviously, if it's a, they might not be able to kill it at all. And if everyone dies, then that's not fun.
What I would advise is not doing a single creature. I was just gonna point there. Do 2 or maybe a group of things. So let's say, for example, 2 CR2s. Increase that. 2 CR2s is the same difficulty as a single CR4 for 5-player level 1s. But these things are going to be significantly stronger. You're going to have a lot less attack. One of them's not going to like immediately down a player, and you can probably split it out. Like say one of them attacks one player, that player is not immediately downed, probably. The second one attacks a different player, that person takes a bunch of damage, but ideally isn't down immediately right away. And then all 5 players still get to go. I think
Yeah,
this
yeah,
would be more
but this
ideal.
this doesn't really solve the problem though. Like what I'm trying to fix is they all should have a common cause. If they just kill the creature that erupts in the city, then they don't have a reason to talk to each other again. They just fight the creatures and that's it. If by making it unkillable or really OP, and it like flies away after it kills a couple of civilians or like destroys a couple of buildings, then they all live to tell the tale, and they could all work together to stop this creature in the future. Like work towards getting to this creature or something like that.
I guess why would it want to run away if it's not under a threat?
Maybe to it, it's like killing ants. It doesn't really care.
That is true, that's true. But then you're also going to be like most likely killing a player immediately outright.
Why?
Because
To
it's going to be
demonstrate its
very
power,
strong.
or
It's going to be very strong. If one of the players runs up there, it's like, oh, the DM just put a enemy in front of me. It's clearly a threat. I got to go fight that thing. FR.
well, it would probably be a scripted fight. Like it wouldn't fight the players. It would probably fight like I don't know. This is just an open idea. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Uh, so that right there you can do, and this is where you start getting personalities and interests. Um, some players may not like that at all, where no dice are going to be rolled, everything is completely scripted. Then it becomes like, what's the point? I thought my choices, my actions actually matter, when you're just basically saying, this is what's supposed to happen.
Okay, fair enough.
Other
Yeah.
players might actually really like that because it's going to be much more thematic. It'll be more cinematic. You can make very vivid scenes and drive home that epic scene of the big bad driving home a sword into a town's guard on the floor without even looking at it, eyeing down the players, scoffing off them like they're nothing, eyeing the sign of the rest of the town. It's in shambles and flames. Everyone's in a panic. Doing this whole like very intense cinematic moment. The players are not going to allow that. They're going to like,
What
I'm
if
going to go right up there and
if
kick his ass.
what if instead of all that then we could have, I guess instead of the boss music and like all that, I could throw them all into a bar. They're all in a bar or an inn or whatever, and this big guy comes up and he wants to start a fight or something like that. And it's a really big guy, like a level 3 or something, and they all have to fight him.
A
But that guy
single
is basically all
CR3
fists.
is actually not a bad idea. That is just under a moderate encounter, so players can most likely do this, even for inexperienced. Yeah, this could be a great beginning encounter.
Because
A
what I want to
CR3.
demonstrate, I want to demonstrate how fun it could be. Like every time they, yeah, I want to demonstrate how fun it can be, but also like uh, how difficult it can be. That this game can be very unforgiving.
Yes.
You know, it's not an easy game. Whatever they're trying to achieve is not going to be easy, and not everything's going to go their way. Maybe they'll be thrown like a stray punch by by another civilian that's there, or you know, maybe they'll try to talk it out. Even I don't know. But maybe before a fight scene, I could make them somehow interact with each other.
Amber just sent me a
Or
image. I'm guessing it's his character, and that is so cute. I love it.
it's a cute character. Okay, good to know.
It's Kawaii Desu.
It's probably not a skeleton or an undead. Or do you
It
think
is.
undead are cute?
Cute little bone zone. Tiny bones.
What?
Actually, like the Hun keeps on trying to suggest me making a Tiny Bones commander deck. There's actually like a commander legendary creature called Tiny Bones.
That's nice.
Amber
You know,
says it's the cutest spoopy skeleton I've ever seen.
nice. I think I'm gonna continue to brew ideas, but whenever I get an idea, expect it to come to your front door first, okay?
All right.
So I know if it's good or bad. Because you know I have a player that's been playing for 12 plus years. I need to impress that guy, you know.
I want to disagree with that avidly, but there's a tiny part of my brain that can absolutely agree with that.
I'm half joking. I do want to impress him, but I don't think he should expect anything because he knows I'm a new.
See.
I'll be a new DM, yeah. But apparently he's like a co-author of like some Swedish D&D campaign. Pretty cool.
Huh. Okay.
We have like a separate system that it's Dungeons and Dragons, but it's the name is just translated into Swedish, and we have some different rules. It's pretty cool. I think he used that system.
I wonder if I might know it. Probably not, but
Probably not. Well,
it's
I'm gonna I'll stop bombing you with ideas now and continue walking with my dog.
okay.
But
I'm
thank you
always
for talking.
I'm always open to talking about Pathfinder stuff. I like thinking of ideas, coming up with scenarios, making these kind of things.
Yeah. I'll have to talk to Squish as well. See what she said.
Yes, she is
Or
a
Crystal.
very different thought process than I, a very different way of doing things.
Yeah,
Yeah, very different. I would definitely do that.
I will. I will.
She
Okay,
might
thank you, guys.
even give you some suggestions, ideas, or ways of doing things that are completely opposite than mine, and it'll just straight up confuse you. So,
That
cheers on that.
that's good though. I
Exactly.
get multiple perspectives. Yeah. See what two people think is what they define as fun. You know.
Yes, yes.
Maybe they can go somewhere in the middle. My dog just loves eating dirt. What are you doing, man? Okay, anyways, I'm gonna go now. Bye, guys.
All right, bye.
Bye.
All right. We got Pedza. Let's go. Tanuki. Checked. Call now. That's a great name. How did you come up with that name? Was that Jend? Musical protege. Virtuosic performer. Ah, nice. Surname was? Wait, which one's surname? Now. So that one was Jen. So you totally intended it call now. That intended pun. Great. What else you got going on here? What is the Tanuki? Background? Isn't there like wait, get that back. Ah. Heritages. There we go. Did it say which one of these you chose, or is that in level 1? This is not right. I thought heritages are initial, not level 1. Virtuous. Carry a gourd of alcohol to remind themselves to act with virtue. And by these standards, you're quite virtuous indeed. You gain poison resist equal to that. And you can eat or drink things when you're sickened. Oh, that is really good. You can drink a potion even when you're sickened. Can't become incapacitated by conventional alcohol if you don't wish to be. This is so good. Virtuous. Hell yeah. I like that. Everyday form. Nothing better than being a Tanuki, but sometimes you need a less conspicuous form when going into a big city or other crowded places. When you change form, you can assume the form of a common, small, or medium humanoid ancestor prevalent to your groom up, typically human. Ah, so you got like a third form, kind of? This everyday form is a specific form with the same okay. That's cool. That's the ugly look. What is it? The grandma looking one. And a warrior muse. What is that? Okay. A lot of flavor text there. In addition to this, each muse opens the door of many later bard feats. Ah, okay. This is level 1. Is that after that? Might be helpful if I look at it over here. Characters, class. Bard Gober. Casting, proficiencies, repertoire, composition, spells, and muse. Composition spells. You can infuse your performances with magic to create unique effects called compositions. Compositions are a special type of spell that often require you to use the performance skill when casting them. Composition spells are a type of focus spell. Okay, that's what I thought. They are focus spells. It costs 1 focus point to cast a focus spell. And you start with a focus pool of 1 focus point. You regain your focus pool during your daily preparations and can regain 1 focus point by spending 10 minutes using the refocus activity to perform. Write a new composition or otherwise engage your muse. Alright, so you gain a focus point. Focus spells are automatically heightened to half your level. Much like cantrips, focus spells don't require spell slots. You can't cast them using spell slots. Taking feats that gives you more will later increase how many you have. Full rules, etc. there. You can learn counter performance composition spell, protecting against auditory and visual effects. Oh, you just gained this one by default. So as a reaction, you can... When an ally within 60 feet rolls a saving throw against an auditory or visual effect. As a reaction, your performance protects you and your allies. Roll a performance check for a type you know. It must be an auditory performance to if the trigger was auditory, or a visual one for a visual trigger. And this action gains the traits for the type of performance. You and your allies in the area, okay, so both you and everyone else, use the better result between performance checks and the saving throw. Wait, hold up. Oh, okay. So, if you or an ally within 60 feet rolls a saving throw against something that is auditorial or visual, you can use your reaction to make a performance check, and everyone gets to basically use that roll of the performance check, which is likely going to be very high. That's cool. That's cool. Composition cantrips, muses. As bard, you select a muse at level 1. This muse leads you to great things and might be someone you know, a supernatural creature, location, deity, philosophy, or captivating mystery. Depending on the type of inspiration you receive, your first level muse grants you a specific first level bard feat and adds a spell to your repertoire. In addition to this, each muse opens the door for many later feats. Ah, okay. So this is basically your like subclass. It doesn't give you anything immediately by the sounds of it. Go up to the top. You said warrior, which will allow martial performance. Oh no, maybe you just get this right away, right? The fact that it says level 1 feat sounds like you get it right away based on that. Blip. Who just blipped me? Stop blipping me. Alright. Your muse has taught you how to handle a wider variety of weapons than most bards, empowering you effortlessly blend performance into combat. When you have a Courageous Anthem composition cantrip active, so a anthem of some kind, and you damage an enemy with a strike, so when you have a composition or anthem going on and you make a strike, like a martial weapon, the spell's duration is extended by 1 round. You can extend an individual casting only once in this way. So how do these anthems work? Oh. Okay. So for this cantrip, Courageous Anthem, for 1 action, you inspire yourself and your allies. You and your allies gain +1 to attack rolls, damage rolls, and saving throws against fear. So that's your first action. Strike an enemy with your second action. And if it hits, the Courageous Anthem goes on for an additional round. Alright. If you gain Rallying Anthem or Song of Strength composition cantrips, these can also benefit as well. Alright, now I understand. Composition, Muse, Repertoire. Do bards have, what is it, sorcerer-like ones? I'm forgetting the words. How do bard spells work? I assume it's you have a set ones that you can only do those ones. Like a sork. Yep. Yeah. Ah, nice. I like that format. It's my favorite format, personally. And they all have a musical component. Hell yeah, brother. I wonder what they changed about Bard in the remaster. Here it is, Bard spellcasting. You draw upon magic of the from esoteric knowledge. You are a spellcaster and can cast spells of the occult tradition using cast a spell activity. As a bard, when you cast spells, your incantations might be musical riffs or clever limericks. Your gestures might incorporate dance and dramatic pantomiming. And you might accompany your spellcasting by playing a musical instrument. Each day, you can cast up to 2 first-rank spells, as you can see from here. 2 level 1s. You must know spells to cast them, and you learn them via the spell repertoire class feature. The number of spells you can cast each day is called your spell slots. As you increase in level as a bard, the number of spells per day increases. So you're level 3, so that means you can cast 3 level 1 spells and 2 level 2s. Some of your spells require you to attempt attack rolls, so you have an attack roll and a spell DC. It is charisma based. Heightened spells. When you get a spell slot of 2nd rank or higher, you can fill those slots with stronger versions of lower rank spells. This increases the spell rank, heightening it to match the spell slot. You must have a spell in your spell repertoire at the ranks you want to cast in order to heighten it to this rank. Many spells have specific improvements when they are heightened to certain ranks. The signature spells class feature lets you heighten spells freely. So, like, for example, if you have a level 1 spell that has a heighten 1, you could put it into a 2nd level spell and cast it as a 2nd level spell with a stronger effect. Get some possible examples there. Is Ray of Frost? Ray of... Frostbite and Feeble? Frostbite, sure. Yep. So, wait, this is a cantrip. Actually, yeah, it does cantrips too. Oh, wait, no, because cantrips are different. No, that's a bad example. Ray. Can I get a level 1? Not a cantrip. Fire Ray, Chromatic. Enfeeble? There we go. This one doesn't have heightened. God damn it. Just go to spells. Deep Breath. That's actually not a bad example. I'll do that one. I'll come back to that in a sec. Gale Blast. I'll do the Gale Blast first. So, wait, that is a cantrip. Am I getting dumb? Are cantrips? I am. So, okay, just to clarify how cantrips work. Cantrips auto-heighten to half of your level. So, while it says heighten +1, that means once you become level 3, I think, that would be 1.5 rounded up, so that would be 2. So as a level 3 character, your cantrip gets heightened +1, and the damage increases by 1d6. So at level 5, Gale Blast will get another heightened +1, and it'll increase by an additional 1d6 at level 5. And then so on. Deep Breath as a cantrip, so it auto-heightens. At 2nd level, the duration increases to 1 hour, and you lose only 10 minutes of your breath if you speak. So this effect, once it becomes a level 2 spell. So at level 1 and level 2, it will do this. Once your character is a level 3, it will be a level 2 spell. This one comes into effect. At level 7 is 3.5, right? Rounded up to 4. Yep. So at level 7, it will be heightened 4, and then this effect comes into effect for the cantrip. Okay, those are cantrips. Let me actually go to spells, what I meant to do. Buffering Winds, here's a good one. So you can prepare Buffering Winds into your repertoire. Probably not. Yeah, it is a primal one. Let's pretend I chose something that was occult. You can prepare as a level 1 spell, but if you want to prepare as a level 2 spell, you prepare as a level 2 spell, and it will gain heighten 1, and the damage will increase by that, and you'll have this as also a level 2. So you can prepare as both a level 1 and a level 2 at the same time. Level 1s will be by default, and the level 2 one will be slightly stronger with this. So you have to prepare multiple different versions of this once you get into higher spell ranks. So many tabs. How many spells do you know? Where did it say that? Spell repertoire. The collection of spells you can cast is called a spell repertoire. At first level, you learn 2 first-rank occult spells of your choice and 5 occult cantrips of your choice. You choose these from the common spells from the occult list or from other occult spells to which you have access. Sometimes you might have access further outside. You can cast any spell in your spell repertoire by using a spell slot of the appropriate rank. You add to this spell repertoire as you increase in level. Each time you get a spell slot, see the Bard spell list, you add a spell to your spell repertoire of the same rank. At second level, you select another first rank spell, and at third level, you select 2 second spells, and so on. When you add spells, you might add a second rank version of the spell you already have, so you can cast a heightened version of that spell. Though you gain them at the same rate, your spell slots and the spells in your spell repertoire are separate. If a feat or other ability adds a spell to your spell repertoire, it wouldn't give you another spell slot, and vice versa. So yeah, you know at level 3, 3 level 1 spells, and 2 level 2 spells, and you're able to cast up to 3 times a level 1 spell, and up to 2 times a level 2 spell. So while you might have like 2 different level 2 spells, you can cast one of them twice. That would use up the 2 spells slots. Or you can cast one of them once, the other one once. Interchangeably. A bit different from the wizard. Could almost kind of think of this as like mana. Alright, what else did you take? I'm curious no more. Bard feat, Song of Strength. Performs and inspires strength, you learn Song of Strength cantrip. Oh, that was the one that I was just mentioning. So as an action, you bolster physical ally strength with a hearty exoration. That's a word. You and your allies gain a +1 status bonus to athletic checks and their DCs against athletic action, disarm, shove, trip, all that good stuff. Encouraging words. Very encourage. Happy sounds. Wait, does this heal? Hold up. Wait, does this work? I just realized the requirement says the target ally lost stamina points within the last round. You give an ally within 30 feet a quick pep talk, helping them recover, attempt a that, have an X proficient diplomacy instead, increase stamina points, recover. Yeah, this is for the variant rule. If you use stamina points, which we don't use that. So, feel free to change this one out. Where is that? Show more deets on that one. Control F. Why does it not show up? Stamina. Yeah, this is just a whole another system. I'm not going to talk about the variant stamina system, just because it's just a whole lot of unnecessary extra information. But yeah, feel free to change that one out. We don't use that variant. General feat. Pet. Cat. I didn't know there's a general feat where you get a pet. You have a pet, a tiny animal of a type you choose, such as a cat, bird, or rodent. Rat gang. Rat boys for life. Sorry for being presumptuous. Excellent. Reflex expertise, signature spells. Ratsinius the Second is coming to the campaign. I don't even know. I can't wait to see how you interject that, or how you do that. You have the DM mantle on however you would like to work with that. Anyway, skill increase performance. Oh wow, hold up. Your level 3 is like super simple. General feat. Number increase, more spells, skill increase. Yeah, very simple. Oh wait, hold up. What is it? You don't have your what is it called? Free archetype. Variant rules. Free archetype. Loading, please wait. Yeah. Now you get archetype. So feel free to change out the skill feat for something else because we don't use stamina. And what are you considering? Feel free to give me God damn it. I just saw it. I just fucking saw it. I can't believe you've done this, Amber. Is your nickname or later? As they all call me in the back streets. Why would you do that? I'm gonna exit out of this just in case you're editing your character. I don't know if it'll get funky. Alright, let's make Yin. I'm long overdue for doing something I absolutely don't need to do. Yin is a human, right? Yes. Ooh, man. So, background was a scoundrel? Smuggler. Smuggler, not a what thing? Probably because I need more bookage, maybe. Back home. Let's just turn on all the thing. NPC core, hold up. NPC core sounds very helpful. This is a new book. I'll be curious what's in that. I might watch a video on that later. Adventure paths. What are the chances that... Where is Abomination Vaults? What does that add? Background specific. Bibliophile. Where's the what? Star Watcher hero? This background ties you to Rin. Archetypes, Drow Shootist, Eldritch Researcher, Ghost Hunter. Might be some potential spoilers here. I'm not going to read all this. Coreback ports. Oh, these are going to be for... Yeah, I'll enable those. Why not? Alright, that'll probably do. Someone just called me or sent me a message. The Department of Motor Vehicles, or DMV, as they just messaged me. Your toll payment for EZ Pass Lane must be settled by April 2nd. To avoid fines and then yada yada yada, please go to this URL right here. Sure thing, buddy. Sure thing. Alright. Just realized I was still wearing my headset. Oh, took off my headset. Audio get weird suddenly in my ears. Ugh. There we go. Alright. Background. Let's see if Smuggler actually shows up this time. No. So Smuggler isn't a background. No. What was that? I took off my headset. It's sitting aside. I heard something from my headset. Okay, let me blow everyone's ears out. Where? Just that.
X gon' give it to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. X gon' deliver to you.
There we go. Excellent. And reroute the audio again. There we go. Now I can hear. Ideally, I keep my headsets off. Wearing a headset kind of messes with me.
Throw that back and bounce, watch it jiggle on me.
Jiggle on it, hell yeah. Cat jam. I love that thing. Oh, I got this idea, Amber. It's something I've been kind of thinking about doing for a very long time now. Is to have just like 100+ sound bites. So just a bunch of tiny little MP3 sounds, audios that I just save somewhere on my computer. And I would have them all executed from very simple commands in chat. Like, for example, that one right there. That would be just a tiny little MP3 file, which I have saved. And then if you just type in chat, ! Bounce, and then it would play that sound. And I would just have like 100 different sound bites of all kinds of random little things. Ideally very small. Like, they would be a minimum of like a couple seconds. But I like the idea of having a lot of...
Give it to you.
Hell yeah.
Wait for you to get it on your own. X gon' deliver to you.
Cat jam. Hell yeah, brother. What do you think Yin's background would be? Criminal? Very simple. That works. Class. Rogue. And says I'll come back to that in a sec. Background, what comes from background? Int, be an int 1. Probably with a little bit of dex. Select something. Thonking emoji. Society. Yeah, that works. I'll come back to ancestry. Here's the one I'm looking for. Look at all that. Look at the skill monkey. Get all the things. Acrobatics, naturally. I like to imagine her decently athletic. I love a strong, very toned woman. Crafting, I can see her being very crafty. Deception, definitely. Diplomacy, also, definitely. Intimidation, maybe? Nature, occult, performance, religion, survival, thievery, yes. It's probably going to be quite a few of these. Let's do crafting, why not? Intimidation, she's very charisma, in my opinion, from what I've gathered. I'm thinking of, like, probably not nature. Occult, maybe? Well, that's a strong maybe. Religion, that's a doubt. Arcana, probably not. Performance? Let's learn a little bit about her here. The one of the quick notes is a lanky woman named Yin Asmira. While she has never run for mayor, her influence in town remains as strong as that of any publicly elected official. Yin keeps her illicit operation from overly inconveniencing Otari's citizens, so Captain Longsaddle turns a blind eye. Does she show anywhere else up in the campaign? I don't think so. Spoiler, sorry. Control C, Control F. Her name shows up 12 times. Ooh, what is that? Ooh, that might be some spoilers. What is that? Okay, Amber, look away. This might be some important stuff. Smuggler's Refugee? Where's this? Did not know this one. Okay. Alright, she's definitely crafty, that's for sure. Alright. What do you think, Game? What other kind of skill would Yin have? I don't know if she would have any of the these kind of skills. Maybe a cult. That one kind of has close ties to like subterfuge and you know, working in like shady kind of businesses and whatnot. Slightly tempted for performance. Maybe actually she might even get even more. I'm gonna choose occultism. How many come from ancestry? Select attribute, int, language, shrug emoji, attribute, dex, language, all the languages. Oh, yep, there we go. Because we keep increasing int, we get even more. Okay, so we have occult now. I don't see the other ones. We can give her even lore. Kind of like the idea of giving her like special, specific lore. Does she have that? Go back to the top. The only thing it says perception and will DC. I kind of like the idea of giving her a special lore skill. Yeah, let's do that. She would be like super good in a very niche area. What kind of good examples would she have? I think there's a lot of good examples it gives in Nethys. Lore skill. Here we go. Common lore subcategories. Why does it say sub? Academia, accounting, architecture, art, astronomy. Astronomy is definitely in. Carpentry, circus, driving, engineering, farming, fibbing, fortune telling, games, genealogy, gladiatorial lore, guild lore. Actually, that might be a good one. Guild lore. Heraldry. I don't know what that word means. I should probably figure that out. Heraldry. System by which coats of arms and other... Okay. Herbalism, hunting, labor, legal. That would be a good one. Give her legal lore. Actually, that's great, because basically she has, spoiler alert, Captain of the Guard ringed around the balls. Yeah. Give her legal lore. Oh, legal lore. Change that. Get rid of that. Excellent. Where's the rogues bracket? Is that like in level 1? Probably. Human, I don't want to select a bunch of languages, I'll be perfectly honest. Level 1, heritage. What kind of heritage is yin? Skilled, versatile. Should we make her a vampire? Or Duskwalker? Talos? By the 9 divine Talos, praise be. Reflection. Dragonborn? Oh yeah, I forgot they did Dragonborn. Oh, I'm so glad that's finally out. Maybe we can finally I can convince Squish to join the campaign. Who's DMing me? Got 100%. Oh. Hollo's very happy with the game that he's been playing. Very weird niche game. So what is skilled? Become trained in a skill of your choice, and at 5th, gain expert. Nice. Versatile. Versatile human, the ambition, field, and that's it. Select a general feat of your choice. I don't want to get too complex. I feel like if I was doing a human character, like an actual playing character, I'd probably go versatile. But for simplicity's sake, I'm gonna do skilled. Making an NPC here that we definitely don't need to do. Wait, you hold what? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. You get to be expert in a skill at level 1? I didn't know that was possible. As a human, you can be expert in a skill. Okay. Humans suck. Human feet. Select feet. When you imagine Yen, what do you think her feet look like? Why are there only a couple? What is this? Human feet. Cooperative nature, gentle training, haughty obstinacy? What? Powerful ego makes it harder for others to order you around. That sounds like Yin. This feels accurate. If you roll a success on the saving throw against a mental effect that attempts to directly control your actions, you critically succeed instead. If creature rolls a failure on a check to coerce you using intimidation, gets a critical. Oh yeah, I'm totally choosing this. Hell yeah. No one's gonna be able to basically influence Yin. Can't like intimidate her or coerce her. Attributes, charisma, dex, int. Wise, definitely quite wise. That probably means another skill. Yep, look at all the skill monkey stuff. We give her another lore check. What other kind of lore can we pump in this NPC? Library lore. Lore about a specific deity, specific creature or narrow category, such as demon, giant, vampire. Specific plane of the universe, astral, heavens, outer rifts. Specific public organization, such as the Hell Knights or the Pathfinder Society. Specific settlement, Absalom, Magmar. Specific terrain, such as mountains and river. Specific type of food or drink. Alcohol lore, baking, butchery, cooking, tea. Mercantile lore? Possibly. Midwifery, milling, mining, piloting? Oh yeah. There are sky ships or something. Right. Milling, mining, piloting, sailing, scouting, scribbling, scribing. What? Stabling? Stabling? Oh, stables, like the horses. Got it. Tanning, theater, underworld, and warfare. I think there was actually one up here that I thought would be applicable. Guild lore seems intriguing. This would be, I guess, your knowledge of other guilds. Or any guilds, or how to run a guild. When I say, like, other guilds and whatnot, that doesn't feel very applicable. Okay, probably not that one. About a specific settlement. We can give her a Absalom lore. make her like super knowledgeable of everything about the city, which feels pretty on brand. Not Absalom, Otari. There you go. How do you spell that? Looks like I just drew a bunch of cock and balls, not gonna lie. I might keep that there. What is it? Who left a dot here? Get your dot out of here. Alright. Otari. Yeah, okay. Simple. New lore. Otari. There we go. Rogue's Racket. I like the idea of a mastermind. Skill to be trained in. We get more. More skills! Just barely making your look there. GG. Performance, religion, survival. Do we dare do more lore? I think we actually start getting some of these core ones. How about performance? Yeah. Yeah. Select a skill. Is this... What is this one? Okay. Arcana, Colt, so I guess we would add... Oh, well, looks like we have to take one of these. Above all, what would be higher? Arcana, Nature, or Religion for her? What would be the lowest, least likely? Runs a Thieves Guild in Center of Otari. Getting people coming to and fro. While running a guild there, does have people that come by quite commonly. Maybe Nature, I think. Arcana, I doubt I see her trying to study Arcana. Too much book work. Religion is a possible with the Dawn Flower and other special things that go on there. But being a very, like, we did this is our city, that is... Otari is a very working class kind of city. I think Nature is the strongest of them all. Yeah, let's do that one. Attribute, int. Excellent. Wait, does that give me... Oh god, it did. We're just gonna be trained in every skill. Fucking hell. We do survival as well. I don't know if survival really fits Yin. I guess it could. Yeah, especially if I went with that one. Yep, okay. You got survival now. Why not? Just stacking up all the skills here. Ridiculous. Wait, why do I have more in Ancestry? Oh my god, 5 different languages here. Jesus. Rogue's Feet. Select. Nimble Dodge. Feint. Trap Finder. Tumble Behind. Twin Feint. You're next. Nimble dodge, I can see. She seems like the kind of person that's always on edge. Skill feat. Ooh. Okay, this one actually could be much more impactful. Most of this I'm just kind of choosing for flavor and fun. But if I actually give her a skill feat, that could make her very helpful to the players, depending on what I choose. Acrobatic performer. More lore! Bargain Hunter? What's this one? Bon Mott. It's a classic. Charming Liar. I don't know if I see Yin as a liar. I feel like she's exceptionally direct. Not going to stray away from lying, obviously, but... Concealing Ledgerman. What is that? Rather than hide an object somewhere, the inspectors won't search. You're skilled at keeping an object on the move, so it's never where they look. When you conceal an object of light bulk or less, you can use thievery instead of stealth for your checks. And the DC of the active searcher's perception check, you roll to check only once, but you must continue to use actions to conceal an object throughout the process. Okay. Possible on that one. Crafter's Appraisal. Crystal Healing, Deceptive Worship. Dirty Trick. Experienced Professional. Carefully safeguard your professional endeavors to prevent disaster. When you use lore to earn income, you roll a... This actually sounds very perfect. Experienced Professional. Yep, let's do that one. Level 2. Rogue Feet. Mirror Magic? Oh. Cool. Brutal Beating. What is that? Ruffian. Okay. Clever Gambit. As a reaction, your strike critically hits and deals damage to a creature you've identified with recall. So if you critically strike someone that you recalled knowledge with, as a reaction, your battle tactics are aid your similar with your foes in range. You step or stride. This moment doesn't trigger. Okay. So on a critical hit, you can use your reaction to step or stride. Alright. What's Quick Draw? Why is it an action? Draw a weapon and attack from the same motion. You interact, draw, and strike with that weapon. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Quick Draw. Skill feat. Oh, wait. Can I add... Just realized. And it doesn't matter. I'll import this all later. Select a feat. This one is skill. Continue on from where I was. How do I get rid of all of it? There. Slippery Prey. This is Escape Artist. Eyes of the City. You can track down targets with the help of locals. You can use deception or society, whichever you're trained in, to track creatures in settlements. You chat with locals to help follow the trail of creatures you track. That sounds pretty applicable. Why not? Let's go with that. Alright, expert in something. Expert in society sounds pretty applicable. Level 3. General feat. Level 3 generals. What kind of spicy things are we gonna get here? Ancestral paragon. Naturally. Folk dowsing? Improvised repair, keen follower. I'm just going off the vibe of these names. Robust health. Steel resolve, thorough search. Untrained improvisation. Leverage connections. Leverage connections. Prerequisite is expert in society and either courtly graces or streetwise. That's a very interesting prerequisite. Either courtly graces or streetwise. That is what I think it is, right? Streetwise. Blah. Meaning? Another term for street smart? Yeah. You know the right people who can get things done for you in certain circles. Right away already sounds applicable. Once per week. What was that sound? Is someone making some sussy sounds? Once per week, when you're in an area that has an established group of influential nobles, mercantile elites, or the like, if you have courtly graces, or a network of unsavory characters such as a thieves guild, boom, you can use society to request a favor or aid from those people as if they were friendly to you. Your request must make sense for that type of people you connect. For instance, a member of the royal court could secure you a proper invitation to a fancy ball, while a local burglar could point out a way to stealthily infiltrate that same party. If you critically succeed this check, your connection gives a piece of helpful advice or lets you in on a small secret, granting you or a member in the party +2 circumstance, etc., etc. Perfect. That is just very good. Skill feat. Oh, rogues. You and your skill feats. Group coercion, group impression, hefty hauler, hobnobbler, performance, tool, lair, diversion, lie to me, multilingual. It's pretty much already is that. Natural medicine, oddity identification, pickpocket, quick coercion. What's that? You can bully others with just a few choice implications. You can coerce a creature after one round of conversation instead of a minute. You still can't coerce a creature in the midst of combat, etc., etc. That sounds cool. Let's go with that. skill increase. This for expert, yep. What else can we be expert in? Underworld lore. Kind of thinking diplomacy. She has strong connections all over the place. Yeah, diplomacy. Rogue feat. Mug. 2 action mug. You make a quick attack and rob your foe in the process. Make a strike against an adjacent enemy. If you hit, you deal sneak attack damage. If you hit and deal sneak attack, you can also attempt to steal from the target even if the target is in combat. Oh, that is so good. That is so much fun. I would use the shit out of this every moment I get. Just for the fun of it. Poison weapon. Yes. Predictable. By observing an opponent, you get a sense of their next move and prepare to counter for it. Choose one target to attempt a perception check, sense motive. Okay. Sabotage. You subtly damage others' equipment. Okay. What is this one? When you move, make your foes fall painfully when you trip them. When you successfully trip, they take damage. Okay. Twin distraction. What is that? Twin fate. Okay. Head stomp. For 1 action, make an unarmed melee strike against a prone target. If it hits, until the end of your next turn, the target is stupefied 1 or stupefied 2 on a critical hit and is off guard. Oh, that is so flavorful. I love that. What is stupefied again? Just to reiterate on that myself. Your thoughts and instincts are clouded. Stupefied always includes a value. You take a status penalty equal to this value on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma-based checks, including will saving throws, spell attacks, etc. Anytime you attempt to cast a spell while stupefied, the spell is disrupted unless you succeed on a flat check, etc. Okay. Alright. Great for shutting down casters. Dread Striker. Capitalize on the enemy's fear and slip past their defenses. Any creature that is frightened condition is off guard against your attacks. Cool. Not applicable for her, I don't think. Surprise, what is this? You drop your disguise at the right moment and surprise your target. After you impersonate someone using a disguise kit, you remove your disguise and... Okay, this could be kind of cool. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Oh wait, I saw one in there that maybe... I'm going to look at it again. Where is it? Scout's warning. What is that? About to roll per sec. Say you visually and audibly warn allies in danger. Let's go with that one. I like that. She's a leader type. Skill feat. Discreet inquiry. You are subtle in your efforts to learn things you know. When gathering information, you can hide the true subject of your inquiry. Sure, that sounds perfect. Skill increase. Where should we throw this one? Deception, possibly? I feel like she's much more direct. I don't know if deception is like the main focus for Yin. She's got strong like guild master vibes. Paperwork, that kind of stuff. How about underworld lore? Let's do that. Level 5, human feet. Oh no, the human feeties. Clever improviser? Already skilled in many things. Don't need that. Scent allies. Like many humans raised in a close-knit community, you have always been strongly attuned to the presence of others. Willing allies that you are aware of within 60 feet would otherwise be undetected by you are instead hidden from you. Wait, what? Like many humans raised, you have always been strongly attuned to the presence of others. Willing allies that you are aware of within 60 feet that would otherwise be undetected by you are instead hidden from you. The flat check for you to target willing allies within 60 feet that are hidden. Okay, this is interesting. I kind of like that. You always know if an ally is nearby. Like whether or not you actually see them. What is undetected? When you are undetected by a creature, that creature can't see you at all, has no idea what space you occupy, and can't target you, though they still can be affected by abilities that target in the area. I always forget which one's like undetected and the other one. That's always been one I stumble upon. I have it like saved somewhere down here. Here it is. Unnoticed. That's it. Okay, so they have to be not unnoticed. So you'd be aware that an ally is probably nearby. You don't know where they are at all, but they just exist somewhere. Instead of being just somewhere, you know that they're hidden. So basically, you actually know where they are. You don't see them, but you know where an ally is if they're within 60 feet of you. Cat gem. I like it. Attribute boosts. Attribute boost. Let's go. Charisma. Int. Dexterity. Wisdom. Skill feat. What else do we got? Group coercion, group impression. I'm gonna keep going a little bit further. Lengthy diversion, intimidating glare, lie to me, Multilingual, natural medicine, oddity identification. When you become aware of a magical effect or see a spell being cast, you can immediately determine. When you identify magic or recall knowledge, you learn about the effects. Read lips. Okay. Reveal true name. Schooled in secrets. What is that? Notice the signs and symbols that members of mystery cults and other secret societies use to declare their affiliation to fellow members. You can use occultism in place of diplomacy to gather information about such groups and places. This is kind of cool, actually. This would give her a little bit of extra more vibe rather than just the Thief Guildmaster. I might go with that. Skill training? Oh, that's nice. There's one called skill training, which is very simple. You become trained in a skill of your choice. Sometimes simplicity is nice. Streetwise. Oh, there's literally one just called Streetwise. Wait, is that what that meant? I didn't think Streetwise was actually. Okay, maybe I have to take this. You know about life on the street and feel the pulse of your local settlement. You can use society modifier instead of diplomacy modifier when gathering information. In any settlement, you regularly, or you can use the recall knowledge action with society to know the same sorts of information that could discover with diplomacy. Perfect. Yep, sure. Excellent. And another skill increase. Didn't I already choose Underworld Lore? I thought I already increased that. Yeah, I did right here. If I remove that, why is it not applying? I'm not sure why that's not retroactively applying. I'll edit that in post. I'm just exporting this into Roll20 anyway. Add new lore, thievery. Just straight up stealth actually sounds pretty good. While a guild master and putting things all over the place and having good, ties and connections, wouldn't have that in the first place if you weren't really good in of yourself. So, stealth it is. Skills for the bills. I have 5 different languages to choose from for this person. I don't want to do that now. Alright, Yen, you have been fleshed out. You got lots of sort of stuff and things. Time to start bringing you over. I can actually pop it out like that. There we go. Go to the sheet. What kind of... Would she wear armor? I don't feel like she'd ever be wearing armor. She's usually just basically at work. So I probably won't get her armor. Items, I'll come back to that later. Edit. Level 5. Don't need to write in a lot of the, except for the perception. Actually, wait, what is our perception? What ended up 11 here. Perception DC is 22, it says here. So her wisdom should actually be a little bit higher, which actually feels a bit on brand. I'm actually going to go make an adjustment on that, bring it up to 22. Attribute boost, here we go. Wisdom. Did that do it right? I think that's right. I forgot what it was before. Let's see what that changed. Correct perception, index. I don't know what it was before, but that'll do. So that is a plus 12. Short description. Acrobatics is 13. Crafting. I'm going to go in order this way. Arcana is 4. Athletics 7. Crafting 11. Deception 9. Diplomacy 11. Intimidation 9. Medicine. Where's medicine? 3. Let's enter the several lower skills we got for 2. We have legal lore 11. We have Otari lore. And Underworld lore. That's 11, 11, 11. It's not 11, 11. Underworld lore is supposed to be an expert. I don't know why it's not changing. So 13. That'll do. Medicine 3. Nature 10. Occultism 11. Performance 9. Religion 3. Society 13. Stealth 13. Survival 10. Thievery 11. Ability scores are Strength 0, Dex 4, Con 0, Int 4, Wiz 3, Charisma 2. AC is 21. Probably not wearing armor. Fortitude 7. Reflex 13. Will 12. There's asterisks on that. come back to that later. Hit points for... Wait, hold up. What did this say? Just shows perception and will DC, that's it. She has more will DC from this than according to this. Yeah, whatever, doesn't matter. Hit point is 48. Movement speed is 25. That'll do. Oh wait, that's movement type. Whoops. Speed 25. There's the basics. Do I need to incorporate all these feats and abilities that I have given for her? Probably not. I'm straight up gonna forget all of these. But I might just keep this here saved as a note for later. But I'll just have the core basics of that going on here. Jump back over. What's up, Ice? What's up? How's the stuff? How's the things? Today I'm just relaxing, just kind of like coming up with stuff, being creative. As the title suggests, I am doing a bunch of stuff for the Friday campaign that I straight up do not have to do at all. It's completely unnecessary. And I actually just finished one just now. I have made a stat block for Yin. How do I pronounce it? Yin Yizmera? Yin Yizmera. I think I actually pronounced it right that time, finally. Yin Yizmera. Yeah, I gave her a stat block, because why not? Edit. I think that should work. I'll put her in the characters tab down here. Oh, that reminds me of, actually, nice segue on to the next one. Why can I not see her stat block? Edit. Deface. Where did your stat block go, Ian? F5. How's the stuff and things going on? What's like with you? All NPCs should have stat blocks because there's a high chance of murder. I 100% disagree with you. You want to know exactly why? Because my DMing style, I will quite simply either A, tell the players they are not allowed to do that. I know, deface. Tell players that they're not allowed to do something. What a concept. Or two, very easily I can bring up a stat block to pseudo represent on who they might be fighting. So you can just type in like PF2 guard, and you'll get like watchman, like for example this here, watch officer, or CR1 guard, or whatever. Or maybe you get like a quick mage or something like that. Just find a quick stat block. For the most part, I know my players pretty well. They're not gonna do that. So next on the list, I have a couple things saved here. I actually found someone made a map of the... Let me go look at the Discord. I have it saved over there. I kind of want to incorporate this here. There we go. I'll actually show here. So I happened across this while I was at work. Found this on... Showed up on Google of all things. A little response. Oh my gosh, we can actually see what's inside the cook's place. So, Abomination Vaults, Trouble in Otari. Didn't know that it's on that adventure path apparently. But I'm like, this looks super cool. It is absolutely unnecessary. You do not need this whatsoever. But it's pretty cool, so I'm stealing it. Save. Oh, I already have it. Look at that. I already have it saved. I just forgot to take care of that. So let's get that in here. Where is it here? App images. What other kind of things should I try incorporating into the game? What do you use for your online sessions? I use Roll20. That's what I've been using for the longest time. I am fairly quite proficient with it. I am aware it is not the air quotes strongest end air quotes, but that is completely nonsense. There's no such thing as like the strongest. The other ones are just way too complex to me. Just a lot of unnecessary bells and whistles. I like things simple and comfortable. Where did I just save that? Map images. In tandem, for building characters, I strongly advise new players to use Wanderer's Guide. That's what I just use here to make Inya's Mira. But for also like new players to Pathfinder, second edition, this is a great tool because it literally goes step by step, not showing you a million different things. It's just like, okay, you got your character. You're a level 1 character. In fact, I can even show you here. I don't know if you know a Wanderer's Guide. Let's make a new character. So this is what you'll get. Homepage. Might be overwhelming, don't worry. Was using Albert Rodeo for a little while. I have not heard of this one. Super simple. Like it as the something to Photoshop. What is this? Oh, it's like, oh, what the fuck? That was weird. Yeah, another VT. Yeah, if it works for you and you're pretty proficient with it, hell yeah. So making a character on Wanderer's Guide here is great for new players. That's what I do for everyone when I run my games. I'll show them this page. I see what they're doing. I'm like, okay, for the start page, it's just going to show you what kind of content is available and allowed into your character. I'll say, for simplicity's sake, we'll just have player core, maybe player core 2, if we want to get spicy. That's it. Next up, I always use the free archetype variant rule. It is so much fun. Everyone always has a blast trying to come up with weird ideas. And then come up with a name. Beans and mangoes. And you are a level 1 character. Done. Then we go into the builder. Up next, it's going to show your stats on the side. You'll see hit points, armor class, skill, save DC, space. You can just ignore that. Don't worry about all that. Start with your ancestry. You want to play cat? Sure. Let's go cat. Dwarf. Elf. Choose something over here. Cat. We have cat now. Alright, now choose your background. What kind of background I want? A cultist? A cook? I'm a cook now. Hell yeah. And then choose your class. This is the most difficult one for players to try coming up with it naturally. This is like where your choice super matters. I'm not going to explain my process of trying to say what kind of class someone should play. That's just a whole nother thing. So I'll just choose one at random. Let's say champion, sure. And then you get this here on the side, initial stats. You can see all the little pings of like what's left. You can see 6 steps left. We are 0 out of 6 steps and 0 out of 12 steps. It's like, okay. Ancestry. Here's all the info. You see this bright blue text right here. Select an attribute. Strength sounds good. Let's go with that. All right, that's 1 step out of 6. There's just 2 steps here. You do those. There's 3 steps here. 1, 2, 3. You do those. Now that finishes. Then you go level 1. We have 1 step in heritage, 1 feat. 4 attribute boosts, a cause, a champion feat, 3 blips and deity, whatever that is. Divine skills and ooh, oh right, the champion got some absolute pimping out. Right, hell yeah. Alright. And then devotion spells. So once you select all that, done. You'll see that it's, 6 out of 6, 12 out of 12. Go to sheet, and you have your character done. It's very good way to ease someone in without showing them like a million things at first. Overwhelming people. Looks like a lot, but nicely walk through. I am Greece. And now we have beans and mangoes. Our lovely catfolk cook. Alright, let's get... Where is it? I saved it in the map, right? Right? Or is it Otari? It was in Otari, okay. Makes sense. This image seems huge. I hope it can be dropped in. Yep. That thing is massive. Okay, FR. Do I save this to the Otari here? Because if they're in the Crook's Nook, then that means they're in Otari. And this is usually what I do. I'll have them on this page when they're not in Gauntlet. If they're in like downtime activity, maybe they're just having shenanigans around Otari, burglarizing someone's mansion. If you didn't see that episode, it's in the VODs. That was something. They went and tried to ransack one of the mansions. What was the other one the other day? The episode I literally named Violating Otari because that's what they were doing. Oh right, they were grave robbing. Like the heroes they are. I love it. I don't... let me think on this one. If I just snap... See, having this map is super cool and interesting. It can maybe get you a little immersed. I don't know. To each their own. But it's just so unnecessary. There's no reason at all. I might even just, like, delete half of this image. Like, cut off the center parts here. You can see the upstairs. This is what the bottom part is. This is the upstairs where the Osprey Club is at. I'll have to make this thing super large to fit this in if I want them to actually have their characters walk around in tile format. Which is completely unnecessary. I don't know why they would need to do that. Is this too... This might actually be too big. Hold up. Let me drop this into the map layer. Zoom in. I'll grab Frida. Rest in peace. Spoiler if you didn't notice that. It is too big, right? Yeah, this does feel a little off. Maybe? Weird. What do we got going on in here anyway? There's a piano in here. Nice. Got the bars. Lovely windows in the back. Some lodging here. Cooks. Storage. Up here, right there. Or no, I'm sorry. Here, the side. This door will lead to upstairs, which is down here. So you come up here. This is the Osprey Club right here. You see they got their lovely map here of doing hashtag just rogue things. Oh, there's even like a that's funny. I like that. There's like a training dummy here with a bunch of knives in it. That's funny. I might, instead of using this as like a battle map, I could just incorporate this in here just purely for flavor. Make it like half the size, not really intended for the characters to be like wander around on like tiles. Could have it in there like right here. Hello. Guess what? We have pizza. It's delivering, apparently. There's the hun just went out along with the rest of him, and I went to a place called Uno. That smells bang tight. How long should the stream go for? Because man, that pizza is gonna be teasing me FR. Or I could just sit here and eat in front of you, if you don't mind. I think this works. Have kind of like right here, kind of like a little bit of flavor. I'm like, this is the place. Not necessarily a place that you go into. Or should I blow it up a lot more? Edit. Make the height 20 more, maybe 90. Just a teeny bit wider. It doesn't need to be wider just yet. No, that'll work. Enhance. Enhance. There we go. Whatever you want, dude. Yep. If you want to eat, stream, feel free, but also feel free to relax with your food. Question is do I also go grab a coffee as well? So, where I work, I get to borrow. Every time when I clock off work, I get to have, if we want very mechanically, 3 free drinks I don't have to pay for from either coffee or the Coke machine or whatever. And 3 is very vague. So I grab like the extra large cups and fill the entire bastard with like the iced coffee. And recently I've been doing that just because I can, even if I don't exactly want it. And when I get home, I'll pour the iced coffee into like a large bottle and then just leave that in the fridge. So on days that I don't work, I already have free iced coffee in the fridge from days that I did work. It's so nice. I got me a bottle waiting for me. That does sound tempting right now. You know what? It's been 4.5 hours. I'm going to take a short break. I need to put my spine back in place. I'm definitely going to go grab some of that iced coffee. Yeah. Gotta take care of myself really quick. And I'll probably definitely smash down a pizza slice really quick. When I come back in a few... Meow? Who meowed at me? Who's meowing? Twiggy loves. Me loves you as well. I'm gonna do some more over prep stuff that I had in mind. Fancy encounter map. I like the idea of random encounters. Me, personally, I don't know about the players, but I like the idea of random encounters. And I feel like our campaign has been a little too rules as written. Now, I am a rules as written DM. I like things very set and sturdy. But I do love shaking things up here and there. So when my players started robbing one of the mansions to, I don't know, just find some things and make a little extra cash, I was like, hell yeah, let's do this. See what kind of trouble we can get into. I don't know if it's gonna have repercussions later down on in the campaign, but we'll get to there when we do. But yeah, I want to make a random encounter because the track from riding up through Fogfen and what I just found out is called Immenwood. That's the forest here. I want to make an encounter map. Make it have like elevations, things to hide behind, different hidden bits of like hidden natural traps, like bramblewood, stuff like that. Just make a really cool random encounter map. Don't need it at all, but it'd be fun. Anyway, I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Hope to see you in a few. Alright, I am back. At least for a second. I'm just standing, getting stretches in. Just occurred to me another great element that I could possibly use to make some pretty good random encounter maps. It's my good old dad OpenAI. We can poke its brain to give us ideas from very simple ones like try adding elevation, try adding difficult terrain, try adding natural traps, to more specific ones where you can tell it like, please be more specific. Who's blipping? Also, sorry, Sweet, I may have just doxed you. Oh, no. So, Swede is interested in running a game. He's got something potentially going to be for a in-person game, like at his school. He's got like a bunch of players for it, which is kind of intimidating. But Swede just messaged me, said, in bed, one of the players really excited and started writing ideas for me. That can be good or bad from my personal interest and way I do things. For anyone else, it might all be all good or all bad. Wants to be a necrosorc. Okay, okay. He wants to be able to levitate, summon undead, and be able to have a suicide ability as some sort of last stand. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh no, the player's cooking too hard. No. Do all the things. You gotta have all the things. It's always one of the most difficult things as the DM is to learn when to tell your players no. If possible, you can try interjecting one of those two different phrases. No but, or yes and. That guy has plans. Oh, he does. Necrosorc, cool stuff, but wants to be able to levitate, summon undead, be able to have a suicide ability, some sort of last stand. Depending on that, I did actually see the Necromancer class that's coming out. The what's it called? What do they call it? Playtest. I don't know how far has the Necromancer playtest been. It's actually been a few. In any case, when it first came out, went through it. There's some really cool stuff in there. There's definitely some things where your thrall that you command, you can send it as like a bomb, which is pretty dope. Called like spirit bomb or something. I'm telling him that he's level 1 and everyone is pretty garbage at the level, and that no, he cannot levitate at this level unless it's a much weaker version of levitate, or if it has a big downside. But he can summon undead at level 1, right? At least, yes, level 1 spell. Summon undead. So there's a couple undead ones. The very simple classic one would be summon undead. Let's go ahead and switch scenes here. So spell level 1, summon undead, 3 actions. Range 30 minutes. This one only who blipping? No air. It only lasts for a minute, but you can summon a wide range of all kind of things on the spot for only 3 actions. Great for combat. However, there is also the ritual. I've always wanted to have a player. I've always wanted to be a player that has ritual spells. I find them super cool. Or is it? Create undead right there. So, level 2 ritual. It takes a whole day to cast. It costs a black onyx. See creation rules, so this down here. Secondary casters, and it requires one other caster. So you need one other caster with you to perform this. Primary checks, you need Arcana Expert, Occultism Expert, or Religion Expert. Secondary checks, Religion. Range within 10 feet, and target one dead creature. You transform a target into an undead creature with a level up to the allowed in the creature creation ritual table. That right there. Etc, etc. So, TLDR, this one is actually perma. Unlike this, where mid-combat you can do 3 actions, summon undead, and then do whatever you want with it for a minute. This one, you created life. You have a minion that will be with you forever until XYZ. This is another variable. I believe, if I remember correctly, similar to spells, it's like a level 2 spell, so a player that would have access to this would be level 3? Is that right? Level 3? I don't know what the earliest level would be to have access to something like this would be. I'm saying all this like as if Sweet is hearing me right now. I should probably message him back. It's nice to have a player that is very invested. Good job on stopping his ideas from getting way over. Let's cap out way overboard. Having some kind of like natural levitation is very cinematic and very anime magey kind of thing. I could totally see a player wanting that. It's pretty cool. I know that exists. Not indefinitely. Maybe at like higher levels there might be something like that. But I know there's some levitaty-esque kind of things. Maybe he has spells, but player's probably not going to want that. Especially if they want to be able to summon undead, they're probably going to wash, rinse, repeat the hell out of that with their spells. And if they're level 1, they're only going to be able to cast that twice. So to make their second spell some kind of levitate thing, probably not going to want that. So we just respond, yeah, I think he doesn't really understand that we're supposed to be level 1. Let me show you what he wanted. He's got a player that's like, let's do the thing. I'm a fucking hero. America. Actually, it's too... It's too long of a list. I can't fit it into a screenshot on your phone. Basically level 5 with a bunch of homebrewed abilities. Yikes. Yikos. Also, I'm going to be eating my pizza. Pizza, as Hollow calls it. This is good. I chose a good choice. This deep dish is actually not bad. Depending, levitation couldn't be too overpowered. What toppings? Basic. I like my simplicity. It is a simple pepperoni pizza. Sometimes I even get a tomato pie, where it's just tomato. Maybe with a little bit of oil and some herbs on top. No cheese. But this is just a simple pepperoni deep dish. Alright, so he continues. I basically told him that you can't do that, and then showed him other options, like summoning predatory rabbits. He said, an army of predator rabbits doesn't exactly sound fantastic. That's perfectly fine. You're a heathen who likes pineapple on your veggie pizza. That's exactly what Swede was saying. I had Swede here, and we were talking basically about this earlier today. He's trying to go to bed now. He's definitely a pineapple person. And apparently, banana as well. That's a thing they have over there in Sweden. Alright, in followation, Army of Predator Rabbits doesn't exactly sound fantastic. I would say, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. They are very focused on exactly what I want. Which is perfectly fine. If you have a very strong envision of something that you want to do, that's great. But just know that it needs to be dialed back down to below 10. Oh yeah, absolutely. But this player sounds like they want to play the like grand, intimidating necromancer. Having an army of rabbits is probably exactly their vibe. They want to have that probably dark, macabre kind of thing, which is totally my vibe. I'm all for this. Can only have one summon at level right though, right? It depends. If using that spell, if using that spell and is a level 1 Sork, they would have just make sure I'm right, 2 spell slots, right? God, fact might check myself. 3. Let's go, Sorks. They would have 3 spell slots. Thus, I'm actually using thus the way it's supposed to be. Have you ever used the word thus before? Is that a real word? It is a real word. Okay. What was I saying? Thus, they can cast that spell at most 3 times a day. Each time it lasts 1 minute. Enemies won't take you seriously until they start biting. Quite frequently, to be honest. Oh, who's mowing? The Shadow Legion. Are you the player that wants to play the levitating necromancer? What's up, dude? Thanks for the mow. No. 160. Well, yeah, that's actually very odd. A lot of follows coming in from the Pathfinder stuff, which is pretty dope. I kind of like that. I do want to make a homebrew Pathfinder. I'm also new. Deface. I have some experience with making homebrew for Pathfinder 2nd edition. I have a lot of experience for making homebrew for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. I haven't played 5e in a very long time. Some stuff and things happened that basically had to step away for TTRPGs as a whole. I haven't played TTRPGs like for a solid period of like 3 years. It just straight ghosted out of there. Couldn't handle it anymore. I'm so happy to be back. Having a lot of fun. This is like my really getting to it. I don't have much experience in Pathfinder 2nd edition making homebrew. I have technically once, depending on how you look at it. I made a bunch of ancestries for Zadia, if anyone knows the Dragon Prince. My girlfriend really loves this setting, Zadia. It's actually her character. Oh my god, I have so many tabs going on here. When I first met my girlfriend, she played a star-touched elf in a, like, D&D game way back in the day. So, she very much loves this kind of setting. She likes making homebrew for all sorts of stuff and things. So I'm like, you know what? I'm trying making homebrew for the first time, and I was like, I think the easiest thing would possibly to do is try making ancestries. And I love the ancestries, all the different types of elves within Zadia. I was like, let's try doing that. I could probably do that. I've been inciting a riot in Mel's chat. Bro, what are you up to? What's going on? I gotta hunt you down. What are we rioting about today? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, on the stream. I went to his Discord. Twitch. Is he dumb again? Sometimes I'm surprised that he lacks knowledge even more so than I. Wait, so the Dragon Prince as in the animated show? Yeah. She really loves that setting. Oh my god. In fact, I've actually DM'd a game in the Tales of Zadia RPG. It comes off the Cortex game system. I have a tiny bit of experience running the Cortex game system via Tales of Zadia. I hated it, I'll be perfectly honest. But it did have a couple interesting things that I took away with me. I like the idea of how it implements, air quotes, leveling up. You don't actually level up in the system, but kind of do. I found the way how they did it was kind of cool. Basically, you have like a short-term goal, a mid-term goal, and a long-term goal. And whenever these story beats, air quotes, happens with your character, whether you do that intentionally, come across it, or maybe it's something that's bad happens to your character that you out of game want to have to happen to your character, whatever it might be, you gain like, you know, bonuses and all sorts of stuff for your character from these story beats that you wanted to have happen. I found that very interesting. I kind of stole that. I was thinking about implementing it into the Pathfinder game, where each player has like a major overarching goal they want to have happen, whether to their character or just in general, whatever that might be. That would give the player a unique incentive to pursuing their own unique goal, as opposed to the, like, you know, Atari, what is this? Abomination Bolts? And if they do achieve that goal, plain and simple, they get a free level. So all the players are level 3 right now. If somehow one of them manages to achieve their main story goal that they have come for their character, they get a free level. They become level 4, everyone else is level 3. Plain and simple. That's a simplified way of comparing it. But, yeah. I didn't like I said, Cortex. I found it's very off-putting. But the setting of Zadia I find very cool. I like the show. It was a lot of fun. The setting was very interesting. And also, because of my hun. She's much more invested into it. She likes something, in turn, I usually follow suit. Alright, sweetie. Swedes, carrying on here. He wants to be chaotic evil. Should I allow that? I know Pathfinder doesn't have an alignment like that, but if he wants to put himself in the category, I'll let him. Let him know there is no alignment. How do I follow that up? People often pigeonhole themselves way too much with the old school alignment system. It's like chaotic evil means like I'm ridiculous and high end, or if we were to use mechanical terms like demons, abyss demons from Dungeons and Dragons settings, whereas opposed like devils are lawful evil. They do everything for their own interest and always try to one-up everything, but they have to follow edicts and do things the way they are supposed to. Whereas demons are just like monstrosities that purely go for absolute destruction. Which in Kingdom, because of demons are pure interest in chaos and destruction, makes them very nice and predictable. How disruptive is this guy gonna be? Shrug emoji. Should I say that? Should I mention that? Send him this. So I have a very helpful character creation tool that I saved a long time ago. I'm very happy I still have it. Here it is. Background. Let me send to him really quick. I'll go over it in a second. So when I make a hero or a character, maybe not the first time, maybe beforehand, maybe a couple sessions in, at some point I will go over this. Chaotic neutral is best alignment? Yes. Chaotic neutral all the way. When I make a character, beforehand, mid, after, whenever I feel like it, I go over these points. Case in point, let's say I'm fleshing out one of my favorite characters, Vitvide Fulgrite. He is a catfolk who is a strong religious individual who strongly follows Bast, also known as Sheris within the Forgotten Realm setting. But yeah, he is a catfolk that follows Bast. First and foremost, is this character a hero? Absolutely. Fulgur is definitely a hero. He's very, like, put myself in front of harm's way kind of thing. What do I think is a hero? I think someone that has a strong belief of good and bad in their own opinion. Everyone has their own opinion of what is good or bad, but in that person's own opinion of what that person thinks is good or bad, and they strongly try to strive for good, I think that person would be then considered a hero. That's how I define it. Which is feels very on brand, because hero is very nuanced. Everyone has different opinions and thoughts of how a hero is, which, as I just said. Carry on. Where did class come from? Fulgur does not have a class. The way I word him originally started as a paladin. That was the first time I made him. I believe it was a paladin. And then later on, I was like, let's make him a cleric now. That sounds fun. And then later on, I did him as something else. I can't remember what it was. But it's generally a core concept that can work just about anywhere. Just because you're an average religious kind of individual of basically the god of cats and sex, you don't have to be a paladin or a cleric. You can be whatever. I refuse to play a bard of someone that is a follower of deity of sex. Not gonna happen. So where did the class come from? In all honesty, whatever the hell I feel like. Today, or this year, I feel like making this character as a Sork, because I can. More specifically, if I were to, okay, if I'm playing Sork, I would probably make him a lightning kind of person. The story I have for Fulgur is when he was born, it was during a thunderstorm, and a powerful strike of lightning struck nearby the building from which he grew up in or born, and left a giant structure of fulgurite outside his home. So because it happened basically on his birthday right then there, came named after basically that, fulgurite. That being said, his full name, Vitrified Fulgurite, is purely a joke. The term vitrified or vitrification is the process of turning something into glass. And Fulgurite is basically sand. So TLDR, his name is basically glass. that was the joke, because I made a paladin. I was going to be the frontline soldier for the party, the front, protector, and my name was secretly glass. I love that. It was great. No one ever got that. Alright, next up, where was he or she born? Born in basically a desert. Plain and simple. And depending on the settings, I can choose like a specific town, whatever. Who are the parents? Are they still alive? Yes, they were bartenders. He grew up basically in a bar and learned all that types of knowledge and vibes and kind of hanging out and managing people, that kind of thing. Who shaped their worldview? A mix of both parents, but also religious scripters. Becoming a strong believer in Bast. He was very engaged with the idea of you should live your life to the fullest and always strive to do what you want, engage with what you love. That is the meaning of life, happiness. And just ramp that up to 11. Who are... what was he, she doing before? He was a bartender. Grew up in a bar. Followed suit. Family business. What jobs or professions did he have? I just said. Where have they been? Not a whole lot. Been in the desert, maybe scrounged around, see some of the, interesting oddities that can happen in or around deserts within a fantasy setting, I should highlight. And that's only half the list. We got a bunch of whole lot. I'm just going to read off real quick. What's the catalyst for adventure? So why did you go on an adventure and leave your hometown? Why did they leave it all? What did they leave behind? Are they religious? Why? What does your character want? What's your immediate and short-term goal? And what is your long-term goal? Where do you draw the line? Where do you put a full stop and say, no, I can't, I just cannot? And last but not least, are they merciless or are they merciful? It's time for a slap. Alright. Thanks for swinging on by. I'm glad to see another recognizable face. Anyway, so that suddenly gives you just so much intent extra character here from this. I just realized I got so distracted. What were you doing in Mel's stream? What are you up to? Wall of trees. Just a minor cave. Oh, I gotta go back up. You led your own life off the sweet off your own brow using points that you earned. What? What are you people doing in there? Oh, Amp, I can send in polls. He made me mod, at least for the day. He'll probably forget to unmod me, to be honest. But should I just drop in some stuff? Yeah, what should I drop in on him? Sweet just mentioned. That's awesome. I told him this. You can absolutely give your character the chaotic evil stamp if you want to. Pathfinder doesn't use alignment the way D&D does. Instead of framing yourself to be one specific way, ask your character these questions, and then you link the those things I just sent him. I told him that it's okay if you don't have the answers right away, especially since you don't have the context of the adventure. This is more about getting a clearer picture. Aria certified pro DM. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Should we just drop a raid in on him here? Raid Shadow Legends. I'm gonna make it a drop. It's not gonna see that one coming. It's one of those like where it drops in. Granted, these are votes, so we'd have some other things potential. What else should I drop in on him? Does he need blocks? We could just send just a bunch of rock blocks or something. He probably has plenty of blocks. He's carving into the mountain like that. Power cell, power... And the power cell is always quite nice. I like having ups and downs. See what the chat is feeling. We could send him... What's another good one? I don't know, medicine? Herbal medicine, medicine glitter world. Morbid slab? Wait, are there still cats on his map? I gave him like 50 cats earlier today. I don't know if they're still there. Glitter world medicine 5. No. 10. Sure. Let's just spam him with like 100 cats, because that's funny. Cat. Where is it? Untamed cat. I want to make it untamed. Let's just make it 100 this time. There we go. What's going on? What does he got going on?
You make me sick, you monster.
Oh, you're still streaming? Yeah.
What do you mean?
I got coffee. I got
You're
pizza.
watch-along. I
I
said
got some
they were gonna be
pizza.
fine. You didn't watch him. He was your own child.
What up?
Your
I've been
child.
reading your story on stream. People were quite entertained by it. It's like, oh god, this player's cooking. He's cooking too hard. Yeah, it's difficult telling a player no in what you conceptually think is a game where you can do whatever you want. That's the attraction to the game. That's the main idea, is that you can do whatever you want. But you need to have limits. Oh, he's cooking very... He got burnt. Yep. But that's what you gotta do as a DM. You gotta take the fire.
You watched me do it. You watched me. You watched me change it.
Why do I have a
fix
ping?
it. I
Okay.
swear. Even now, it's at 44 target temperature.
Exactly. I feel bad limiting his creativity. He clearly has such a very cool idea in mind. I mean, it sounds like a very simple idea in mind, or at least with what you sent to me. It's absolutely doable. There's multiple different ways to try doing it. It's the question of how to get up to the point of what he currently wants. So he definitely can do that, but not yet. That's probably what I would do, is like try using the terms of yes and or no but. Starting with that one being, tell him, yes, you can, but not now. Or, no, you can't do this, but this is how you can try getting there. So I kind of give him this, like, idea of, like, you start as... You said you wanted to play a Sork, right? Let's say you have this dirge, something that's within you that wants to seek greater power within life and death itself. One, a suicide ability would be...
I hoped it was a boy. Now it's dead.
Wait, what? Why is it so specific? Did he just make that shit up? Or is that a specific ability that I'm not aware of? Dude, 12 negative. Absolutely not. That is insanity. What the fuck? Can I just kill everyone in the campaign at a moment's notice whenever I feel like it? No.
1 degree. Oh my god.
Chat GPT. Okay. Bro, he's so dead. Jesus. I mean, deep down, don't we all want a nuke?
What do you mean? What is that?
Did my poll going? They went for the raid drop. Let's go drop that raid. Say 07 to his colony. If it's his first time playing Pathfinder, the fact that he immediately wants to homebrew a bunch of things makes me think that he might have been a 5e player. And in my opinion, content warning, this is opinionated, in order to make 5th edition any fun or interesting, you have to homebrew it. Just make a bunch of stuff up. You could say that is its strong suit. Some people can agree with that or not. Doesn't matter. Carry on. But yeah, if he's had a lot of experience that, he probably wants to homebrew. So coming over to Pathfinder Edition, you assume, yeah, let's homebrew. You don't need to do that for 2nd edition Pathfinder. Also wanted to be able to summon massive fat undead, and as I said, levitate. Levitate ain't too bad, actually. So, kind of hard-coded into 2nd edition Pathfinder, it is nigh impossible to have a flight type thing early on in game. Okay, here we go. We got the raids.
Drop raid. What do you mean? We're about to grieve. Oh my God. We are interrupted.
Drop raid. Oh yeah, man.
Interrupted.
He's panicking.
You son of a bitch.
Excellent. What the hell was I saying?
You go there.
His idea is that he is a slave to a master, very evocative of like the life and death and control kind of thing.
You go here.
And
You here.
as he levels up, he slowly comes closer to his master's power. Ooh. Doesn't levitate just negate all push mechanics and such sort of fall damage. Seems pretty OP. No. Well, maybe. It depends on what levitate you have. In fact, PF2, if I search levitate, something probably comes up. Spell. Level 3 spell. So it is a level 3 spell, fairly high. You would need to be at level 5, level 6 to have access to this. It's far from here. But there's other ways that you can get that as well, from like, say, class abilities, or even ancestry feats. I'm pretty confident there's a couple ancestries that allow you to levitate to a limited extent. Maybe for a limited amount of time, maybe it only does like a certain thing. I don't know them off the top of my head.
You go there. You? No, not you. You go here.
How do I make... How do I search more things? There's some stuff out there. But then again, even with those possibly existing, they're only going to be at like higher levels, maybe level 3 at best.
We lost Cheddar.
Levitate isn't too bad. It's not going to stop you from taking fall damage. No. Unless the literal spell says that. I don't know about that. For the most part, it would just like stop you from being affected by difficult terrain, which in that of itself is pretty powerful for a level 1.
Save Hollow, or does he still require his life?
I think the best thing in this current instance is if they want this, yeah, absolutely. You can strive to get that. That is definitely something available for you at some point.
I'll create my pawn, then you can kill
But you
them,
gotta
and then we
strive
can
for it.
bring
You
them back to the
gotta
point later.
earn that right.
They aren't yours. How does that sound? What if I create myself so then you can punish me?
Did you manage to take care of the drop raid? Nope, still taking shots, I think.
Fine.
Oh no, you actually managed to take it. Okay. GG, easy. There's also quite literally there was the necromancer that Hollow played,
That's not the right one.
which came out a decent amount of time. I don't know what its current status is. Necromancer.
Don't ban me if I cut your head off.
Told him that if he gave me a really good reason that also aligns with the story, I would consider it.
Oh yeah, I had my own. Let me get my.
So this follows in with like each their DM's kind of own preference. I feel like
Hell, I trusted you.
for Squish, she would probably allow it and say sure. She's the kind of DM that basically allows like anyone to do whatever they want. Then again, she doesn't really do what's the word? Her style's not. You gotta strive for greater and stronger things by defeating difficulty. Her everything that she usually runs are usually you know when you play a game and you get like there's story mode, there's normal mode, then there's tactician mode or something. And for someone that doesn't really care about the game and their mechanics and whatnot, and they might choose story mode, that's her. That's not my style at all.
Insatiable.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll let him like that. Just don't want him to be too OP. Especially if he's trying to be evil. If you want to, yeah. But for me, I wouldn't. I would not. Okay, let me pedal back to what I was saying before. This person wants to create a bunch of homebrew. I would immediately stop that. Say, no. Please do not homebrew. This is your first time. Is it? Is it the first time playing Pathfinder? I guess I should have asked that one the first time. Regardless, tell them that the game system has a significantly large quantity and options to choose from. That is its main selling point. You do not need to homebrew.
You know, this is more like me.
So tell them to look through the options available. Send them a Wanderer's Guide, actually. I was just showing that to someone else. Wanderer's Guide would be a great example to easily build up a character. It would give you a general idea of what you can see and expect.
And then I need the correct clothing.
Giving me mixed signals. Should I or should I not allow this? To not give mixed signals, I will say no, do not allow it. Because ultimately, Pathfinder 2nd Edition is a strategy combat game. And levitation can be a significant amount of power for a level 1 player.
Where's my hair?
That is me stopping any form of mixed signals.
Male feathers.
So, take that information as you will. The Pathfinder 2nd Edition game is a strategy-based combat role-playing game. And at level 1, levitation can provide more power than other players if everyone does things
And then I think I'm good.
as the norm without homebrew. The player can definitely achieve levitation at higher levels.
Wasn't there a thing?
I wish I could be able to find one of those things. Levitate ancestry? I don't know how to spell that.
I think it's good. Alright, there's me. And then there's Edmund.
Yes, that was my initial thought. Talk to him once more tomorrow. But my first
Alright, Edmund, is
game,
there anything you
after
wanna say
all,
to me before you
you might just
execution
fuck
me?
around and find out exactly. Random question. What do you think about dogs? Dogs can go to hell. Because as we all know, all dogs go to heaven.
Nope. Damn. Alright. Oh. See you on the flip side. Oh. Sign Mel. Wait, what?
Strix. That can possibly... Maybe Leshy. Leshy would make sense. You'd probably have some form of levitation type ability that would stop you from natural threats. I can see why that would show up here. Strix, you got like the wingy boys. There it is. Even then, Strixes are rare. So this is going to be slightly stronger than your average ancestry.
Maybe one day somebody will revive me. My child died. I will kill A1 for revenge.
Dark vision, predatory, scavenger,
Glow sticks?
shoreline, songbird,
Energy bullet. Hypothermia.
feet. Here we go.
Where?
Fledgling flight. Here we go. This is probably it. For one action, once per round, you can fly through the air in short bursts. You fly if you
just missed the
don't
crazy
normally
shit.
have a fly
It
speed. You
literally
gain a
just
fly speed of
ended.
15 feet for this movement. If you are on solid ground at the end of this movement, you fall.
You have no
So
idea
what this
how
basically says
shit
is you
got
can fly
fucked
up to
like,
15
how
feet,
bad
and then you immediately fall down. This is not like real actual flight. So Pathfinder 2nd Edition has hard-coded no flying until I think level 7. And even then level 7 is like limited flight. That's one of their difficult decisions they had to make the game balanced.
His child died.
So,
Careful
just
about
because you're
laughing about
playing
it.
Winged Boy doesn't mean you don't get a fly. Sorry,
He
deal with it.
executed me for revenge. You know what, Mel? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Nestling Fall... Story Crooner?
I think I have another target. Wait. Talon, no! We're gonna lose
Juvenile
Talon
Flight?
too. We can't lose
Here we go. At level 5, for your ancestry feat, you can choose your wings become stronger, allowing you to fly further. Your fly speed you gain from that is increased to 25 feet. So at level 5, you gain a flight speed of 25 feet once per round. And then, what was it? See, you gain fly in a short burst. You fly. If you don't normally have a fly speed, you gain that.
Cancel this.
If you aren't on solid ground at the end of this movement, you fall. So for one action, you fly up 15 feet,
Good.
and at the end of the movement, you
heard
fall.
him out. If you can, she agreed.
So yeah, there's no flying until
can't
like
fight
level
each other. A
9
life
or
for a
something.
life, and you took one for your child.
But
taking 2 lives would be more.
when you're making a game, you gotta lay the line, keep everyone balanced. Because no one likes when someone's just all-rounder better than everyone else.
This isn't what your child would want.
I don't see it in here, so I must be thinking of Lesh.
Let me shoot first. If you kill my child, I'll kill Talon. I won't kill your child.
Fungus.
Oh god.
Leaf, fall damage, vine, cactus, fruit. Locust. I love this image. It's so happy. Locust slushy. Oh, sorry. We got really distracted. Interesting. Maybe I can allow him to barely float in roleplay, but that it doesn't give him any advantage in initiative? Apologies on my thoughts, but I never thought that levitation would give any form of advantage in initiative. Yeah. You're always absolutely welcome to flavor things. That is definitely something Paizo loves doing, is they sprinkle a bit of flavor, sometimes a little too much, in everything. So, yeah. Feel free to flavor to your heart's content. Root Leshy, maybe this is the one I'm thinking of.
Yes, build faster, please. Build.
Seaweed? No. Caustic Nectar, Childlike Plant, Grasping Reach, harmlessly cute. Love it. Lore, Superstition, Seed Pod, Shadow of the Wild, Daunted, Wildernessborn, maybe? Initiative, I mean, in battle. Actually, yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. You could say like some kind of initiative, like levitation kind of thing, but kind of like how some abilities say you can do this like really good thing and it's like super cool and whatnot, but it doesn't work when someone's under threat, i.e. when in combat. Or maybe it would. I wonder if there's a weird item that you give him that actually does that. Ritual reversion quick route.
Why no roofing? Hold on, Matthew.
I know there's things out there that basically give you like pseudo levitation. What does this do? Defy gravity and levitate 5 feet off the ground. Wow. Yeah, if you had like a minor levitate that just puts you like an inch off the ground, not fucking 5 feet. Maybe so. Be pretty cool. Maybe something sinister is keeping him afloat. That is a thought. Like, why and how is it happening? What's the catalyst of causing this unnecessary T-posing on all the people that dare touch the ground? Filthy casuals.
I have so much food. What do you mean in real life? Oh,
There's gotta be something.
For some reason, all the human
Do you think
flesh disappeared.
GPT would actually know? I'm looking for a way to have
Guys, can someone make a donation for
my
me, please?
Pathfinder tweak character have a
We're surrounded by humans, but people get mad whenever we butcher.
very minor levitation.
I didn't want to lose them.
Just casually floating. I am only level
I'll save up for
1.
next serum. Arrgh, thank you.
I doubt GPT might know this. Let's put it into search and reasoning. See what it comes up with.
All I
Those
can
filthy
risk is my
normies
colonist
touching the dirty ground. You have
relationship
any idea how much dirt is on the floor?
Oh, we're about to butcher more people. No.
Oh yeah! Oh, I forgot about that's what it's called.
These are all tattered clothes.
Cloak of that
They're
rings a
supposed to lay
bell.
out people's
Hardcore.
bodies around here.
Cloak of levitation.
But they're not. Or not bodies.
What?
Clothing.
I know that's gotta be a thing. Is it 5e?
Apparel.
Don't tell me it's that. PF. Cloak of immolation. Deface. I
Yeah,
know
don't see
there's a
the others.
levitaty thing.
I don't know why they're not.
Yes, I thought there
laying
is.
out the clothing.
Let me look at that.
They're just laying it. Just
For a
laying
minor
around.
levitation effect, Featherfall seems close. I think Featherfall.
Maybe
What is
it's
that?
armor. No, this is a cloth.
It's a level 1 spell.
raise to a higher
Raise
level.
magical object that raises
Priorities?
fall.
Where?
That target slows down portion.
Wait. How do I change?
Nope.
I've never touched this before.
It's not quite levitation. Just reducing fall damage. Levitate is likely higher level, maybe a second level spell. There's also Cloak of Levitation, but it's a high level item. Okay. No, there's flying condition. That's later.
See, there's nowhere to store.
Alright, what does it
shit
say?
Like this.
Featherfall.
There is.
No. Levitate spell.
Right here, and it's
Custom magic
accessible.
items. Narrative flavor. Alternatively, the GM may allow you to describe your character as having a quirk. As always on the thing. In-game balance. Some constant levitation could affect game balance. These options are typically homebrewed or used for flavor rather than the mechanical advantage. This lets you enjoy the aesthetic without upsetting the established power curve for level 1 character. Each of these options require a bit of discussion with the GM. Is there a class feat that can
Yeah, we're having some more food
mimic
being made now.
this
We're good on
somehow?
food. We have canned food. Oh god. What the heck?
Do I say GM or DM? Which one is correct? As for which one is correct, there is no answer to that. There's no correct. As for which one I say, I usually say GM. GM usually comes up. Or DM. Maybe I said DM wrong. I don't know. To tell you honest, I don't know which one I say most often.
What the hell's going on? There were some animals attacking because of the blood rain.
Think of grandmother when I say GM, really?
Thank you.
That sounds like a you thing, I guess. Not for me. I can see why. But maybe it's because I'm way too ingrained into running games and TTRPG stuff, so I'm very accustomed to when I hear GM. For the longest time, I've always thought Game Master, so that's probably why that is hard-coded onto me. Okay, what is this thing? After checking the available class feats, there isn't a standard level 1 feat that grants a continuous minor levitation, such as, for example, while spells like levitate are temporary magical effects, some classes
Is it ending?
might later gain the ability to allow
no
limited
blood rain
flight
ending
or
yet.
floating, but nothing at one. If you're keen on aesthetic, a good approach is discuss a custom flavored magic item, yada yada. Grandma? Oh, you did say Grandmaster. Well, that makes even less sense. Grandmaster. Why do you think Grandmaster from GM? Edved, thanks for being pocket informant.
Why are they not doing this?
I'm always right. I'm always happy to give my thoughts and opinions.
Doing their job.
Feel free to always do what you want to do. Always come back to that top of the list that I mentioned before, and ultimately, as the dungeon master, game master, or grandmaster, or grandmother, whichever one of you are,
So if I do that,
what do you want? Grandmaster in chess. Grandmaster in chess? What? Grand Wizard. But the M is sick. The M is having a lie down. What about if I was level 3? I could have sworn I've seen some kind of levitate ability somewhere. I just don't remember where.
experimenting.
Come back on top of my grandmother list. You have fun with your grandmother there. Just flip the dub.
When's my next child?
It's having a sick. It's grandmaster, but the M is sick.
Shit, where is she? There.
Spellcasting option, levitate, movement, or acrobatic feats.
Soon, in a couple more days. And we'll be ready for this one.
Yep, it just basically just keeps on saying, like, work with the GM and come up with stuff. Ultimately, it's up with whatever the hell you want. And then in tandem that, after you get what you want, then it's what do your players want. To make sure everyone, is having fun.
I hope so.
Everyone has what they want. Once you as the DM have what you want, that's set in stone. Then the players, once every player, has what they want and everyone is having a good time. If you want to homebrew the ball sack out of the game and make it just over the board, do all the stuff and things, and everything is homebrew, that is your table. I'm not going to tell you how to do what you do behind locked doors. Should I harass Mel again? I kind of want to do that again. That was fun. Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Siege? I think sieges are easier. The drops are the most concerning.
Alright, doesn't that mean I can just...
Actually, wait, I don't think he's prepared for sieges. Yeah, let's do a siege. Why not? What was it? Power Cell.
Hello, Ember. Welcome, Ember.
Power Cell. Let's just get some more cats in there. I love cats. It's got to be untamed. Just send in like 100 cats. Excellent. What else? I see you there, Amber.
Alright, slowly things are getting fixed up. And with this light, grow zone, rice.
A baby?
A bit of supplies with food.
Is that a
Just
thing? How do I
Oh.
elaborate?
My child is dead before hatching. Yes.
I can give him it's not a tampon.
Sad times.
What's the opposite of a condom?
Does anyone want to buy me one more of these bad boys?
Just search baby, okay?
Vanometric power cell.
Baby decoration, baby
I
food.
think I need one more. Because this thing, power needed. Oh my god, it really does suck up all the power. Jesus. I could sacrifice some wood, actually. Have we researched batteries? No, we have not. Hollow, get on that.
So why did the other one disappear? Why'd you... Raid Siege Legends.
Oh, twitch drop. Resurrection serum. Oh, you want me back?
What was it? It was
You'll let me come back,
Raid
Ethan?
Power Cell. Always a good one. Just straight up cats. Just 100 cats. Something like 200 fertilized chicken eggs. Let's go. Egg.
Don't expect mercy again.
So,
No,
want
careful,
fertilized
I
chicken egg?
don't know what happened.
Cobra eggs, iguanas, tortoises, cassowaries, emus, turkeys, ducks, goose, avian, reptiles, air chicken? Just chicken egg. Alright. Where is that? Chicken, egg, fertilized. There we go. Whoops.
Okay, all of you out. I mean, back inside now.
There we go. Are you sending him chicken eggs? Or cat? Oh, you seem indifferent on that one. I'm tempted to send him a knock, but like, he's coming on like 8 hours here. He's probably quite tired. He probably doesn't want to get an call. I'll let him be.
Use it on yourself, Mel. I will.
We can harass him from
Hide room max.
from secret view.
Where was the place? There it is. Use. Do you want to be the one to revive me, or should I have someone else do it?
What if
Do you want to be the one who
I was
killed me,
level
right back to life
5?
to make me go to work?
Is there any
Open.
class feats or abilities that
There.
can flavor like
Okay, now this. Use.
that? How about ancestry feats?
Wake up, Mel. Nap time's over. Get your shit together, Mel.
Y'all seem pretty torn. Siege or cat?
Wake up, samurai. Now I gotta get a room.
Are there still cats
What's
on the map?
here?
The 100 cats could be pretty good. Wow, you're constantly changing your votes. y'all are torn.
Oh.
I hope
Everything is going well.
the fertilized chicken eggs don't stack the way I think they do. Because they do stack, and it's not going to look like there's tons of them. There will still be 500. I just hope visually it just looks like a mess. They only stack up to like 10 or something like that. So there's several tiles worth of them. But I think they stack up to like 50.
One more chance.
So it'd be like,
Kill my
what,
child
10
again, I'll
stacks
eat
of
your
them?
corpse.
Alright, what did it come up with? Level 5, there still isn't. Yep. Spellcasting classes.
Why are we giving this liar more
Access to
chances?
levitate. It's very focused on the levitate spell.
I'm trying. I swear I'm
Airy or
trying.
Fey themed ancestries. Air elemental. Actually, it's an interesting point. I could look at the whatever they're called, the air elemental
I don't
peeps,
take care of kids. I don't
and
know
more
how.
collaborative homebrew.
That's a lie. What do you mean?
Wait, what is he lying about? I haven't been here. What's going on? I have to switch my audio again for this, don't I? Alright, time to blow everyone's eardrums out again.
Ready apparel. We need to make
What shenanigans are going on?
Figure out batteries. We can research a volley wear. Maybe I should do this. I'll show him the struggle.
Alright. Egg. He makes empty promises and
X gon' give it to you. Wait for you to get it on your own. X gon' deliver to you.
500 chicken eggs.
500 chicken egg.
Popular opinion. Was that a vote?
Is he catching on to the votes yet?
Fertilized. Who's making fun of Edmund? That's not nice. Who did that? Who sent it? Was it Ice? Was it Nappy?
Is Nappy here?
I think it was Ice.
I think Nappy's probably a slut. Alright, I think I should just go ahead and end today's stream. 6 o'clock, and now I'm just sitting here harassing him. I swear, it's only 6 p.m. for them. Good point. It is, they are in the same time zone as I. So, yeah, it is 6 p.m. He's got more shenanigans going on. Ah, no, copyright. I'm gonna go ahead and end today's stream. I'm just gonna go and harass Mel now. I might pop into the Discord if you want to like get on call and we could just bounce and jiggle on him.
Wait, fire? What do you mean fire?
All right. Yeah, I'll still be here just messing around, but we'll just go ahead and cut the stream right here.
The blood rain.
See you in a few.
It's over.